Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and this is indeed a monumental occasion. Our country's been shut down for nearly a half a month. Our president is going to speak to us, Donald Trump. The man who took my idea of a 1,000-mile fence is now stuck with calling it a fence when he tried to call it a wall and say that Mexico was going to pay for it. Nobody believed it at the time, and we found out he completely blew it. Mexico was never going to pay for it. So what was he saying? Now he's saying Mexico's paying for it in tariffs? I don't know. But if he tries to spring a tax on us to build his wall, that's even weirder. We're going to a live stream of the event. We're about ready to see Donald Trump speak to us from the Oval Office, I believe. It's the same Oval Office that we have not seen for some time, since Kellyanne Conway stuck her high-heeled shoes in the couch. And no one's been able to look inside to see all those beautiful women he's hired, like Carolyn Sunshine, the 22-year-old YouTube star, as his press assistant. I wonder if we'll be seeing that at all. Yep, we got that, definitely. If you got a YouTube box you can promote us at, there we go. I'm going to go promote it. Hi, everyone. Save America. Build the fence. All right. So we're on track supporting the fence here. We're already put our name in the bin. It's pretty cool. Save America. Build the fence. It is important. And if Charles Schumer and Nancy Pelosi think that they can hijack our country, good luck. Let's go live.
To promptly return them back home to their country. America proudly welcomes millions of lawful immigrants who enrich our society and contribute to our nation. But all Americans are hurt by uncontrolled illegal migration. It strains public resources and drives down jobs and wages. Among those hardest hit are African Americans and Hispanic Americans. Our southern border is a pipeline for vast quantities of illegal drugs, including meth, heroin, cocaine, and fentanyl. Every week, 300 of our citizens are killed by heroin alone, 90% of which floods across from our southern border. More Americans will die from drugs this year than were killed in the entire Vietnam War. In the last 2 years, ICE officers made 266,000 arrests of aliens with criminal records, including those charged or convicted of 100,000 assaults, 30,000 sex crimes, and 4,000 violent killings. Over the years, thousands of Americans have been brutally killed by those who illegally entered our country, and thousands more lives will be lost if we don't act right now. This is a humanitarian crisis, a crisis of the heart and a crisis of the soul. Last month, 20,000 migrant children were illegally brought into the United States, a dramatic increase. These children are used as human pawns by vicious coyotes and ruthless gangs. 1 in 3 women are sexually assaulted on the dangerous trek up through Mexico. Women and children are the biggest victims, by far, of our broken system. This is the tragic reality of illegal immigration on our southern border. This is the cycle of human suffering that I am determined to end. My administration has presented Congress with a detailed proposal to secure the border and stop the criminal gangs, drug smugglers, and human traffickers. It's a tremendous problem. Our proposal was developed by law enforcement professionals and border agents at the Department of Homeland Security. These are the resources they have requested to properly perform their mission and keep America safe. In fact, safer than ever before. The proposal from Homeland Security includes cutting-edge technology for detecting drugs, weapons, illegal contraband, and many other things. We have requested more agents, immigration judges, and bed space to process the sharp rise in unlawful migration fueled by our very strong economy. Our plan also contains an urgent request for humanitarian assistance and medical support. Furthermore, we have asked Congress to close border security loopholes so that illegal immigrant children can be safely and humanely returned back home. Finally, as part of an overall approach to border security, law enforcement professionals have requested $5.7 billion for a physical barrier. At the request of Democrats, it will be a steel barrier rather than a concrete wall. This barrier is absolutely critical to border security. It's also what our professionals at the border want and need. This is just common sense. The border wall would very quickly pay for itself. The cost of illegal drugs exceeds $500 billion a year, vastly more than the $5.7 billion we have requested from Congress. The wall will also be paid for indirectly by the great new trade deal we have made with Mexico. Senator Chuck Schumer, who you will be hearing from later tonight, has repeatedly supported a physical barrier in the past, along with many other Democrats. They changed their mind only after I was elected president. Democrats in Congress have refused to acknowledge the crisis, and they have refused to provide our brave border agents with the tools they desperately need to protect our families and our nation. The federal government remains shut down for one reason, and one reason only, because Democrats will not fund border security. My administration is doing everything in our power to help those impacted by the situation. But the only solution is for Democrats to pass a spending bill that defends our borders and reopens the government. This situation could be solved in a 45-minute meeting. I have invited congressional leadership to the White House tomorrow to get this done. Hopefully, we can rise above partisan politics in order to support national security. Some have suggested a barrier is immoral. Then why do wealthy politicians build walls, fences, and gates around their homes? They don't build walls because they hate the people on the outside, but because they love the people on the inside. The only thing that is immoral is the politicians to do nothing and continue to allow more innocent people to be so horribly victimized. America's heart broke the day after Christmas when a young police officer in California was savagely murdered in cold blood by an illegal alien who just came across the border. The life of an American hero was stolen by someone who had no right to be in our country. Day after day, precious lives are cut short by those who have violated our borders. In California, an Air Force veteran was raped, murdered, and beaten to death with a hammer by an illegal alien with a long criminal history. In Georgia, an illegal alien was recently charged with murder for killing, beheading, and dismembering his neighbor. In Maryland, MS-13 gang members who arrived in the United States as unaccompanied minors were arrested and charged last year after viciously stabbing and beating a 16-year-old girl. Over the last several years, I've met with dozens of families whose loved ones were stolen by illegal immigration. I've held the hands of the weeping mothers and embraced the grief-stricken fathers. So sad, so terrible. I will never forget the pain in their eyes, the tremble in their voices, and the sadness gripping their souls. How much more American blood must we shed before Congress does its job? To those who refuse to compromise in the name of border security, I would ask, imagine if it was your child, your husband, or your wife whose life was so cruelly shattered and totally broken. To every member of Congress, pass a bill that ends this crisis. To every citizen, call Congress and tell them to finally, after all of these decades, secure our border. This is a choice between right and wrong, justice and injustice. This is about whether we fulfill our sacred duty to the American citizens we serve. When I took the oath of office, I swore to protect our country, and that is what I will always do. So help me God. Thank you and good night.
All right, so President Trump speaking about, let me get the clock off. We don't need the clock anymore. President Trump, that was his address to the nation. He spoke for about 9 minutes. He says he wants to solve the immigration crisis. He didn't declare a national emergency. He talked about how he thinks that the wall would help us deal with the problems of, he thinks there's a lot of illegal alien, he uses the term illegal alien caused crime.
Okay, let's go. Thank you for that. I was just talking to somebody on another channel. Yeah, so here we go. The situation is this. The speech was really short and to the point. I believe that Trump may very well be, in his mind, helping the country, possibly. That's one scenario. There's a second scenario where there's a serious problem with the Democrats not wanting to pay for the wall, and they're holding the country as budgeting a hostage. That's the second scenario. And there's a third scenario, okay, that argues that Trump is using all of this as a diversion tactic, a veritable diversion tactic. So Trump diversions are back on track. Because remember, recently we found out that there may be a selfie of him naked. And the last thing he wants is people in the media talking about a naked selfie. For real. The company that Mueller sued, Concord Management and Consulting, said that there is according to the list of documents that they required in Mueller's possession, is a selfie, a sex selfie. So Trump diversions is the third possibility. And that idea very likely is the reason why he's fixated on my idea, the 1,000-mile fence. And now he's coming around to reality that we can't possibly build a wall. It has to be a fence. And I said that from the beginning. And you people, you Trump supporters, thought I was joking. But this is very likely a Trump diversion, an elaborate diversion to keep our mind off of the Russian involvement. Now remember, Manafort is flipping. Cohen's flipping. Manafort, they said, is sick. He's getting serious gout. He's not feeling well. He may not make it. They may get rid of him because he's an obvious witness to the money laundering and diversion of the Russian oligarchs to Donald Trump's campaign. We know that Donald Trump worked for the Russians at the beginning. We know that as a fact. I don't believe that Ocasio has the brain power to make it to the final race in 2024. But remember, people were talking in 2008 about Bobby Jindal in 2016 or 2012. It just doesn't work that way, right or back. Ocasio is being promoted by Hillary Clinton and the Media Matters group because of what they're up to. They're using their power to throw into somebody young that they can put all their effort into, but she doesn't have the mental power to go the distance, I can assure you. You've got no mic. There's no audio here. Something wrong with your audio on your end? Are we being censored? My audio is coming in pretty good. Okay, good. Thank you. Gout can damage joints. Yeah, it can destroy the joints. So he's got serious gout. Manafort does. That's audio. Yeah, I'm up to speed now. But this is my third scenario, and the fourth scenario is even worse, and that is that Donald Trump is trying to dismantle our country's government, and he's doing this on orders by the Russians. Now that's a really outrageous thought. But when you think about it, he's done everything he could for the Russians. He didn't impose sanctions for a year and a half and hasn't really kept sanctions up right now against the Russians. He's been working diligently to support Vladimir Putin in every way possible. He even blew off 153 rockets, costing our country $300 million in an attack against Syria, which telegraphed our position and accomplished nothing. Nothing. We're down $300 million in tomahawks because of what Donald Trump did. And now he's pulling out of Syria and Afghanistan, which could veritably be seen as Donald Trump working for the Russians. It's a good idea to pull out of Syria. That was my idea all along, but it works in favor of the Russians. And instead of getting a thank you from Vladimir Putin after saying he's pulling out of Syria, what did Vladimir Putin say? He had a missile that could go 27 times the speed of sound. That's kind of seriously messed up, don't you think? Vladimir Putin now threatening the world like Hitler did? On the news that we're pulling out of Syria, it doesn't sound right. It sounds like he thinks he's got a position of superiority and now he can really go for the gusto and threaten the world with a missile that can go 27 times the speed of sound. That's not a man of peace. Vladimir Putin is acting like Hitler. So if this scenario is playing out in the fourth scenario that I talk about, where we're actually in the clutch of Russia right now, and they're making phone calls to him, threatening him that something, whatever they want done, can be done, shutting down our government would be the first thing the Russians would want to do, wouldn't it? Making some barrier, like an idea like building a wall, which is my idea, or the fence idea is my idea, the 1,000-mile fence idea. I was the first to publish it. I was the first to measure the distance needed to cover our border securely and really look at those numbers. And I carefully studied where we needed the fence. And unlike Beto O'Rourke, who pitches this idea that we're going to threaten the wildlife, we won't hurt any wildlife. And there's hardly any wildlife to hurt. And as far as the river is concerned, I portioned out certain areas of the fence to cover areas where the river is shallow enough to cross. And I like Meow TV's idea of building a moat along the Rio Grande. But that's not where the fence is going. The fence is going from that end point of the river all the way to California. And that's 1,000 miles. That's actually less than 1,000 miles. So I portioned more for where we have a need for it. To not build a fence is foolish, but to hold the country hostage over the fence, that's ridiculous. I'm beginning to rethink the shutdown, and I'm beginning to wonder if Donald Trump is really 100% behind this shutdown linked to the fence. What's his ulterior motive here? And my fourth scenario is very disturbing, that Russia is behind this entire thing. Now, you can think about that all you want, hash it out with your family and friends, and get all the Republicans to hate you for it. But I can tell you that this Russian thing is still in play. And until Mueller puts his act together and hands it over to the Democrats and they begin the impeachment process, we won't really know how much dirt they have on Donald Trump because it's still hidden. And that sex selfie that Mueller has in his possession, who he claims he's holding because of national security purposes, that sex selfie could be used as a point of leverage by our enemies. They could be making phone calls saying, "You do as we say, Mr. Trump, or we make sure everyone sees your little pee-pee." And you're right, Dr. Now, and I agree. If the Democrats don't capitulate on the $5 billion in the next week, I'm going to assume the Democrats want to hurt our country too. Because that's ridiculous. I say get the fence built, let's get the money out there, let's give it another week, but let's not get into the February where we see our services like food stamps to 43 million people cut off. Let's just stay short of that, okay? But I'm all for the shutdown right now, and one thing I can tell you, everybody's finding out how little we need this government. Other than trash pickup, that's about all we need. We could put together the new trash force, the NTF, you know. People could work for $15 an hour in America. It'd be a new job, picking up trash at the parks. We could allocate funds for this. We could easily get the National Guard to cover our airports, and the TSA would no longer have to work for free. Because we're already paying the National Guard on salary right now, and they're getting paid. So, Trump hasn't finessed these governments. I agree with Ann Coulter and Rush Limbaugh that he hasn't fought for the fence. He hasn't done any backroom, maneuvering to get the fence, to give people what they want. He didn't do a lot of finessing. He did a lot of tweeting. That's not the role of the president to tweet. In fact, I doubt I would tweet unless it was officially cleared through the Pentagon. That's how serious tweets are, and that's how dangerous social media is. We're finding out right now how dangerous social media has been to our country. It's been devastating to our election. We've been interfered with by Russians. And they continue to deny it, yet we know for a fact that these people have been caught with the full surveillance equipment in their trunk. There's other issues too. The Democrats think that Dianne Feinstein did a great job. Whoopi Goldberg was talking about what a great job Dianne Feinstein did. Dianne Feinstein was the person that was supposed to monitor the CIA and the NSA over the years, and the FBI. She hasn't done anything. She's done next to nothing. But you know what Dianne Feinstein has done? She hired a woman 20 years ago to be her driver who was a Chinese spy. And Dianne Feinstein, who's revered by the Democrats, has evaded the media somehow, magically, even though she hired a spy over the past 20 years that's been listening in to all of her conversations in every single limousine ride that she's ever been on. Tell me that isn't a major security breach. All right, so Cal Worthington got taken out. This is a serious situation. I'm talking about not Cal Worthington and the dog spot. He passed away a few years ago. I think he was 97, but the username Cal Worthington is out. Okay, you got news? Okay, thanks, Concordia. I don't know what's wrong with Whoopi Goldberg, but Dianne Feinstein is not a gleaming example of oversight. And having, released her, or she's in custody? Let me tell you what our country's top spies that were stationed at Beijing had to deal with. You want to know? In the past 10 years, we've had 18 spies tortured and killed in China. They all died a slow death. 18 people were tortured and killed. Now, China would say, we didn't want your spies in here, so we tortured and killed them. What are we going to do with Dianne Feinstein's limo driver? That's what I want to know. Well, if you think she was a great senator, she has done nothing to oversee the CIA and the FBI and the NSA. Nothing. And that's why we have this huge problem with the Russians so close and so invested in our social networks. We literally don't have an oversight committee over the people that should be doing the tough work of protecting our social networks. Nobody in government is even assigned to this. It's like they let the internet just run wild, and they turned to Mark Zuckerberg and asked for help, and he laughs at everybody thinking we're all beneath him. Okay, Dr. Dre on Instagram. Let's see what this is. YouTube. All right, here we go. This is Jimmy Kimmel Live. Puts federal employees to work during government shutdown. Let's take a look. So the theory that this wall thing is a diversion right now, that's my number one thought. That's my third scenario. The first scenario is we really do need a wall, and I hope he gets funding. Second scenario is the Democrats just really want to, be retarded and not want to give the guy $5 billion. Third scenario is this is a great diversion for Donald Trump to talk about something other than Russia. And the fourth case scenario is Russia really is trying to dismantle our government and our funding and turn our country upside down. I mean, they're probably laughing right now because our country's been shut down because of this wall. According to Trump, the wall is 2 miles high. That's not possible. I think you're misreading it, or maybe he doesn't know what he's talking about. Because remember, this entire idea was mine. It started with Pat Buchanan and other people in the 1990s. 1992, I was sitting in the same location, which happened to be my father's room, and it's now my studio. And I talked about a wall in the same place in 1993 when I moved in here. So So, and we were talking about it when we lived in California. So it's a 1990s thing. A lot of people were talking about it. But the 1,000-mile fence, that's my idea. I actually measured it. I knew we could get away with 1,000 minimum. Or, you know, at the least, we could do that. Okay, let's take a look here.
Different year for President Trump. He now faces real oversight from Congress for the first time now that Democrats have control of the House. Up until now, the
10
only
feet
oversight
higher.
when Mike Pence would forget to pick his dry cleaning up. But this is
All right.
real oversight from Congress.
Yeah, I can't. You know, they're going to monetize me for this. I'm afraid I can't play some guy who shouldn't even be successful on TV.
Wall just got 10 feet higher. That's right, 10 feet higher. I said the wall just got 10 feet higher. 10 feet higher. The wall.
It's not even a wall. It's a fence. And even Trump is now saying, okay, call it whatever you want. Call it a fence, whatever. Yeah, he's even saying that. I pissed a lot of Republicans off because I introduced the Russian thing again. I know I got a lot of flack coming at me from the right. But if you're not understanding the reality that the election was rigged in favor of Donald Trump, and you're not willing to accept the fact the CIA and the NSA and our entire Senate investigation committee confirmed that the Russians rigged the election, why are we even talking to Trump? Why are we even allowing Trump to be our president? We should have had another election. That's how things should have worked, but it didn't go that way. The Democrats weren't smart enough to overturn the election. Hillary didn't file a lawsuit, even though she's sitting on tons and tons of money. I don't support Hillary. I'm the guy who wanted to actually prosecute Hillary Clinton and still want to prosecute Clinton and Barack Obama. No, this is not a Clinton channel at all. This is a third-party channel, in case you didn't read. No, they won't let me into the rebuttals in the independent third parties. They won't let me in. They know I'll slice and dice them and spit them out. Hey, Ed the One. Yeah, I'm going very well, thank you. Yeah, it's just a question of they can't handle a true third party. And I'm completely independent. They can't buy me. They can't control me. I'm not materialistic like Trump. I have no debt. I've got plenty of savings. I can easily live the rest of my life comfortably anywhere. I don't have any worries like Donald does. He's living with a $2 billion liability. He has a $2 billion liability. He claimed he had $10 billion, but he only has about $3 billion in net worth if you liquidate everything. All right, excuse me, I've got to get that phone. You want to get it? What? No, I would never sell my car. All right, give it another shot. I've got the phone now. No, why would I sell a car that's going to be worth millions of dollars someday? My gosh. Yeah, my car is going to probably be in a national monument someday. Hey, let's turn on ProCams for you guys. Thank you. Well, yeah, I mean, the car of the future president of the United States, I'm not going to sell that. Imagine putting it on Craigslist. Car of future president of the United States priced at $1 million. I wonder if it would sell. The stretch, I'll tell you. Yeah, go ahead.
Call from
Nick, okay. Yeah, Nick, what's up? Yeah. Yeah, what's going on, man? Yes, you are. Wow. How's Nick? My hair is not, well, I'm getting, a little bit of graying, I guess. Sure. Who doesn't get gray when they get older, right? It's natural to gray here and there. Dave, what was that phone? No, that was just Nick calling. he had a problem. He hasn't discovered that he has a problem. But yeah, that green Tornado he has in the front driveway, his mom wants him to fix it, and he hasn't done it, and she's getting real pissed. She's going to tow it away. And he thinks it's worth $10,000. It's not. It's worth like maybe $50. No, I don't got any thin spots, but I'm not sure where you're going with that. It's called hair, beautiful hair. Yeah, so I think we really do have a case where Donald Trump is clearly, didn't you see he was on some sort of a mood depressant? You could tell, right? Isla Fry said, it doesn't seem like he's on a depressant or something, or antidepressant or something. Yeah. It did seem like he was suffering some mild, depression or something. Well, I mean, when you think about it, wouldn't you be depressed if you couldn't, get the country started by being nice for a change? David, you're real to hair? Really to hair? What do you mean too much? That's my hair. Yeah, I'm real. I think Pelosi's been doing something artificial. It looks like a designer drug of some sort, like a anti-Alzheimer's pill. Hey, Spade, all I saw was Donald Trump talking about all these poor people that have been, violated by a few Muslims. Or, I'm sorry, MS-13 gang members. Yeah, I mean, it's like, that was like a 5-minute episode in crying. I'm so sorry, all these people are being hurt. That's not enough. You need to push it a little bit more than that. There are logistical reasons why we need the wall. And he didn't mention the fact that the population is increasing at 31% south of the border. That's a significant factor. But he didn't bother to mention that because that would require him actually reading. He didn't go far enough. Yeah, it was too short. And he really doesn't have enough to justify a War Powers Act or any type of an emergency fund. There's not a crisis brewing at the border. It's just a bunch of people being tear gassed like they've been under Obama. It's really business as usual right now. So I have a feeling Donald Trump will have to eat the wall idea in the next 2 days if the Democrats don't capitulate. But if he sticks with the wall idea past the end of January and getting into February, then we're running into major problems with food stamps. That's going to be a trigger for potential riots. Well, I'm sure, I feel for him. I don't have the problem of losing my hair or heart problems or blood pressure. Yeah. Plus, I'm not getting older. I am, however, getting wiser. Dave, as a nation, if we outlawed tacos, refried beans, and fried rice, would that prevent illegal aliens crossing from Mexico? No. They want to come in because Donald Trump gives them free food stamps. I have not seen Piers Morgan dress up as Donald Trump. Let's take a look. I'm sorry, that was not found. And I don't trust you. You've been kicked. I am getting younger, actually. It just got 10 feet higher. Look, if the Democrats don't give him money in the next couple of weeks and don't clear this ridiculous... Because right now, I think it's on the Democrats. Either they do it, or he's going to make that wall.
Just got 10 feet higher. 10 feet higher. I said the wall just got 10 feet higher.
I'm building a wall, okay?
I'm building a wall. I'm building a wall. So your best bet at this point is get the Democrats to flip. Call your representatives and say, hey, are you going to fund this $5 billion? Just get on it, folks. Well, everyone asked Trump who was going to pay for the wall, and Trump said it 67 times. Mexico is going to pay for the wall. Well, now Mexico's not paying for the wall, so he's asking our government and your tax dollars to pay for the wall, and the Democrats are saying no. Mexico should pay for the wall. Hello, Pope Francis. Hello. Nice to have you in the room. Try to disregard my accusation that you're worshiping Satan, because you obviously are. Try to avoid the fact that I've asked you to, at least demote Cardinal McCarrick, otherwise you look like you're catering to child pedophilia. And also, try to be a little nicer. Smile more. You'll have a lot better time. Right now, the Pope claims that he's being attacked by evil forces. No, he's just attacked by a pedophile in his entire camp, and he has to get him out. Then you'll be set straight, Pope Francis. You'll be on the way to a redemption. Just do something with McCarrick. That'll be a precedent in the church. Why is it I have to tell the Pope what to do too? Isn't this ridiculous? But thanks for listening. And try not to take it personal. This is a military operation. The military budget is a 375 can cover it, isn't it? Yeah, Donald Trump has already bankrupted us militarily. We don't have $716 billion for the U.S. military. You know, it's so funny. I live in an area where there's a naval air station. And, you know, the Trump shutdown is hurting all the government workers, except for the planes flying over my head, burning $30,000 every time they fly. Yeah, 3,000 gallons. I guess it's like 10 grand for every one of these planes to fly in a circle. It's unbelievable. And I had about 20 planes over my head today flying in circles, and they're getting ready for war, it seems. Well, I have that Christian Bale video. I didn't want to play it because it was so freaky. I have a woman melting down in a bank too. It's pretty serious. Yeah, I don't even know if I want to play that Christian Bale video. It's so weird. But let's take a look at this woman melting it down in the bank. Yeah, apparently you can't always get what you want when you go to the bank. But it's not a bank, I'm sorry, it's an airport. She wanted to get on a flight. Thank you. She wanted it her way. Let's see what she did.
A fucking gun on me because I'm homeless! Get me out!
She's a gun. She's a gun.
She's homeless.
She's in there. Yeah, she's in there. She is. She's got a gun on her. Yeah.
Now, this may seem isolated, but it's the first incidence of human emotion expressed in a long time. This is an odd affair. Ever since we've been completely fluoridated and dumbed down, people have refused to behave this way. Now, finally, somebody who's homeless actually has learned to express herself, even though most of us can't.
God damn it! Who does that to a woman like me? Who? Who? Get me out of this sick, fucked up place! You rapist!
What?
Get me out of here! Get me out of here! A fucking gun on me because I'm homeless! Get me out!
Get her out!
She's got a gun.
Get her out of here!
Yeah, she's in there.
Yeah,
She is.
she's homeless.
She's got a gun on her. Yeah.
All right, you can play it for your family members. This is a very isolated case where somebody actually had emotion at the airport. This is frowned upon, as you know. In some countries, that could get you killed. Lock her up in the FEMA camp. I think it's real. I mean, I don't see anything wrong with her screaming. I got him because somebody sent it to me. We're a depot for videos here. She claims she was raped, yeah. And she's homeless. Now, this woman was raped, and she's homeless, and they won't even give her the time of day. And she probably had the cash to go someplace. She just wanted to get out of there. So a good airport technician would say, "Hello, how may I help you? Where would you like to go? We will find you a place to go, very cheap, just to get out of here." Isn't that what you encounter when you get to the airport usually? She's angry that Donald Trump isn't getting the $5 billion in funding. Maybe she didn't have a passport, but she just wants to leave somewhere, just anywhere. She seemed a little racist. I think she was very honest. Reptilian Invasion said, "I'd sleep with her." I'll bet some of you would open your home to her even after she had that outrageous outburst in anger. I bet you're that desperate for a B&B solution for an Airbnb home visitor. Yeah. Some people like to have that kind of action when they, there are people that offer their house for free, couch sitters, couchsurfing.com or something. For some reason, they invite that in their house. Yeah, you don't wear your underwear when you go through airports and x-ray machines? Why would you? I mean, they can see your penis or vagina. Why would you care? I think it'd be pretty hard for a person who's a hermaphrodite to go travel by airport. You imagine, because one in 10,000 people, I'm probably talking to a few hermaphrodites right now. 1 in 10,000 people have a vagina and a penis. Hi, everybody. But can you imagine how weird that would be to say, sir, do you realize that you have a penis and a vagina? And have the TSA agent, with the newspaper, with a transgender fixation, masturbating while you go through that's what's going on right now. You want to know why the TSA is working for free? Because they masturbate. They're there because they want to, touch themselves. They're addicted to looking at naked bodies. We don't even have to pay the TSA. They would go there anyway because they're all a bunch of pervs. We don't even need the TSA. We can bring the National Guard in and do this without the perversion. But they're masturbating. Yeah. They masturbate. Anyway, I think I've killed that entire discussion. I don't want to go any farther. But I don't want to be like Jimmy Kimmel and pretend like I'm funny either. That's so sad. Didn't anybody ever tell him he's not that funny?
I'm building a wall. I'm building a wall.
No, you're not. It's going to be a fence. And it's not going to be paid by Mexico. Everything in my show is pretty transparent, including my brain. As you can see, I'm giving you a live MRI feed of my brain as I speak. And if you're wondering about my thought pattern, it's because, well, it's a little bit odd, I'll admit. But at least I'm transparent. I'm not saying you don't masturbate, but they masturbate on the job. My hands are not touching myself. I have very large hands, unlike Donald Trump. And you know what that means. You think Don Jr. is going to be indicted in the week? I'm going to mark your words, 198. That's the one thing Mueller could do that would really throw a wrench in Donald Trump's little game plan. And those mood elevators he was on tonight so he could spit out 5 minutes of whatever it was, that won't cut it. Mood elevators, he's very concerned about his kids, He's extremely upset that if they try to cut a deal and pull the kids out and charge them with crimes. Well, the fact is Donald Trump tampered with a witness when he told Donald Jr. what to say. Donald Jr. is on record saying that he went to the Trump Tower meeting to help with Russian adoptions. Beep, lie. Because he changed his testimony to say, no, he actually went to meet the lawyer who was, her sole purpose was to stop the sanctions against Russia. That was her statement, that her purpose was to stop sanctions to Russia. Don Jr. said that he had met with her to find dirt on emails of Clinton. She didn't even have any dirt on emails of Clinton. The whole thing was a lie, and Donald Trump told Donald Jr. what to say. Well, that's tampering with a witness. That's a felony. And if you consider him firing James Comey obstruction of justice, that's another felony. So we're kind of wondering if Mueller will charge Donald Jr. with a crime, indict him. That'll change the dimension of this whole thing. But my worst case scenario is that something's happening where Donald Trump has been compromised and he's trying to shut down our country, dismantle it. And if that's the case, we've got a lot to be worried about.
A friend told me this pretty interesting idea that would make possibly make Trump step down if they indicted his son and daughter on charges. If they charged his son and daughter with
that's what I was thinking. Yeah, if he does have charges filed against Donald Jr. or Ivanka,
don't you think he would just though? Now that I say it out loud, then I thought, wouldn't he just pardon them?
Yeah, you'd think. But it would still be a big, huge mark
then-
against him.
But then if you tried to pardon them, then they would say, well, that's like obstruction of justice because then you're, what's the word? Conflict of interest.
Conflict of interest, yeah. Well, that's the thing. It you know, the Republicans have like a 6-person lead in the Senate, and most Republicans really support Republicans, even if Donald Trump is a Republican, which he is. But the fact is, the Democrats can possibly put together an impeachment like they did with our President Johnson. Or actually, before the Democrats even existed, they put away Johnson. Half the House did. The House did. Bill Clinton was impeached in the House, but not in the Senate. That would happen again.
You need a break. I didn't eat dinner yet, but I'll eat it later.
Oh no, you go ahead and have dinner. It's in the microwave, right?
Yeah, but
Oh, go ahead.
that's okay.
No, I'm good.
I eat anything.
Well, if it's the microwave and you haven't eaten dinner, why don't you have dinner? I'll just
Because
wait.
I'll just have.
Take a half an hour and get back to me.
Okay.
Yeah, enjoy. She hasn't had dinner. I want her to have dinner. Yeah, take your time. There's no hurry. Where did the funds go from all the rightness who sent Donnie money for his wall? Well, the wall is going to take $1 billion, and Donald got 60 million, 62 million prior to his inauguration. Much of that funding came from NRA, which may have come from the Russians. They're looking into Maria Butina's testimony and her plea agreement, and if indeed she manipulated the NRA to get money from Russia donors, and it implicates the NRA because they gave a huge donation to Donald Trump, 30 million, and they had never received that kind of donation level prior in their history. And they just made a statement that some of their emails or some of their support has come from Russia, but not that 30 million. If they find out it came from the Russians, then there's going to be a serious problem. The NRA is implicated because they groomed the NRA because the Russians saw them as greedy, and the common ground of gun support was something that they could resonate with. Russians like guns too. They had something in common with the NRA. You make a slow-cooked pot roast, it's going to snow. Well, that'll be good. Yeah, those are always the best.
So, who's gonna pay for the wall?
Well, Donald Trump didn't answer to the fact that Mexico's not paying for the wall, and he still wants to tie the wall to the funding of our government. Thanks, man. So we're going to see if this works.
So I get a call from one of the reporters yesterday, and they said, the president of Mexico said they will not, under any circumstances, pay for the wall. They said to me, what is your comment? I said, the wall just got 10 feet higher. It's true. It's true. No. Who's gonna pay for the wall? Who's gonna pay for the wall? Who's gonna pay for the who's gonna pay for the who's gonna pay for the wall? Who's gonna pay for the wall? Who's gonna pay for the wall? Who's gonna pay for the who's gonna pay for the who's gonna pay for the wall?
We're going to pay for the wall. Yeah, so Donald Trump lied about who's going to pay for the wall. Mexico will not be paying for the wall, so we have to pay for it. But Charles Schumer and Nancy Pelosi want to make this their Waterloo moment, not their support for our country's security. There you go. Scissor Fight came up with a great idea. Pay for the wall with all the confiscated drug money. And I was saying that, Donald Trump is the only person in the world, in our country rather, who can look at the inside workings of the Treasury. The Exchange Stabilization Fund is only seen by the president. And I don't think he knows what I'm talking about, so he wouldn't know what I'm doing. What I'm suggesting he does is look at the Exchange Stabilization Fund to find out if there is money for the president there that he can find in the Treasury budget, because there's all kinds of money there. Yeah. It doesn't require just the money from our legislative branch. The Treasury can fund this directly. There's a lot of ways around the legislators. Anyway, moving into this new dimension where Kim Jong-un, of course, is not going to demilitarize or in any way get rid of nuclear weapons like Donald said he would. Now, North Korea may be willing to begin denuclearization, you're saying, and Trump should make a deal. We've heard that before, been there, done that. I don't think we need to do that again. I mean, really? Is that the kind of, here we go again? I think we should. If it is a good time, maybe this would be a good diversion. Let's start talking about denuclearization. Let's do it. Why not? So in a way, that does make sense, doesn't it? And if anything, if they do that, it'll be a good Trump diversion.
Funding Tuesday evening, with Democrats swiftly rebutting. However, we wondered what Americans think of his proposal. To answer this question, let's CBS News of Elections and Surveys. Anthony, give us some context here. Where do people stand on this issue of the wall and whether or not it's worth a shutdown?
Right. Let's be clear. We're talking about what we know heading into this
That's
speech.
right.
In subsequent days, we'll be polling. I'm sure a lot of people will be polling to see whether this changed any minds or what people think of the shutdown. Now, what we do know coming into this is that there's been a very consistent number of people who favor the wall. They are predominantly Republicans. Most Republicans do favor it. They make up about a third, in our most recent poll, 38% of the country. And that line's been really flat, like I say, going all the way back to the start of the Trump administration. Meanwhile, Americans overall, you break out the Republicans from, say, Democrats and independents, and you get much lower numbers of favorability on the wall. So the difference here, Elaine, is A, would this change any minds? Well, historically, nothing's changed any minds yet. And B, then you see it's not just about the numbers who support it. It's also about the intensity of preference, of what you'll do to get the wall. And we do know that people who favor it also tend to favor shutting down the government in order to get it.
Does it matter what you call it? If it's a wall, if it's a barrier, is there a way to tell?
Well, that's a great question, and I very well may test that in the coming days. But I think what we know so far is that the idea of a wall goes as much to the principle as it does to the particular barrier, by which I mean people talk often in the polls about the kinds of people that they feel are trying to come across the border and whether immigrants contribute to society or detract from it. And we see big partisan splits, and we have leading up to this and into the midterms on those views, where Republicans tend to say that, migrants tend to be a threat to the United States, often contain, if not most, some they describe as criminals, whereas Democrats more likely to tell us in the polling that they feel that most people are people looking for work or looking for humanitarian assistance. Once you get past that conception of who this is trying to cross, that, it appears, at least in the polling, stands out as determinative of what you think ought to be done, perhaps any more so than what shape the wall takes.
Sure, if you're...
Well, I think if we take the attitude that the wall could be just a string, it would be a lot cheaper if we just strung a string across the border, don't you think? So anybody here in favor of a string? Let's just get started with a string. A string. How much is a string going to cost? Okay, even better. An electric wire. Okay? Or now you're talking electric wire, huh? What if I told you we could create a lethal electric fence that's non-lethal, that won't hurt anybody? We're back. Yeah, we have the potential to create a non-lethal fence using our active denial system, which is an existing system that is fully functional. We just have to set it up. So Donald, if you're listening, we don't even need to build a wall. We can create an invisible fence. Like the active denial system.
Released by the active denial system is similar to the microwaves in your microwave oven, in that it causes the water molecules in the target to become excited and heat up. But that's where the similarity ends. The ADS is designed to heat only the very surface of the skin. It does this by outputting only the carefully chosen radio wave frequency of 95 gigahertz. Even though it can easily penetrate clothing, the ADS generates a much shorter and safer wavelength of radio waves, than those used in microwave ovens.
The active denial system millimeter wave directed energy beam reaches 1/64th of an inch into human skin. So that is the outermost layer of the skin, roughly equivalent to about 3 sheets of notebook paper. It is essentially affecting the pain nerves in the outermost layer of the skin.
Okay, so it's just going to hit the pain nerves of the outermost layers of the skin. Well, yeah, that's not a joke. I'm talking about a really cost-effective way to minimize potential problems in an active denial system.
Which illuminates that main reflector and sends a roughly antenna-sized
beam all the way down. So this is ostensibly an electric fence. Now, yeah, Eddie Ecuador suggested that he's the guy that told me about these things existing. I don't know if he's a famous chatter, Eddie Ecuador. Anyway, he actually said, he told me about this in 2010, and we started adapting this idea, and I immediately thought of the fence idea. So we've got this utility. We just have to build it up. It's going to be less than $1 billion. Yeah. And this way we don't even need to build any electric fence. We've got a beam. It's beam energy. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, the weapon's safe for the environment. Yeah.
Good decision. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm glad you ate. Yeah, you had to have some food. Sarah ate fairly quickly, but she must have been hungry.
I was hungry.
Okay. We can pay for the wall with all the traffic ticket money generated. Actually, most traffic ticket money just pays for the officers that waste their time giving you tickets. So, I don't know. That's like a loop. There's not a lot of money there, but that's an idea. Scissor Fight's coming up with novel ideas, but this is the lady that is going to give you. She's the originator of the lethal fence concept, and Sarah, I think, embraces the active denial system, which is not so lethal. It just heats up the upper layer of your skin, 1/64th inch of your skin, the very top layer of your epidermals. It's so hot, people don't want to cross it. So I think this is the best way to stop this dangerous population increase, because we really do support a wall or a fence or something. But this is the lowest cost scenario, and if we can start building this right away with sentinels one to another, I think that would be a fantastic solution. We wouldn't even have to construct a wall or a fence. See how flexible this is? And I was telling people in the pre-show that Trump has instrumentally lost our country $5.5 trillion in taxes. It's okay,
Yeah.
And he did that with a $1.7 trillion tax break, which he brags about. Now, remind you, our government's shut down, and he's bragging about giving tax breaks for the rich. The House just passed $3.8 trillion in tax breaks over 10 years, which the Senate's going to sign, which means that our government's going to be $5.5 trillion short. All the while, Trump has been overspending $500 billion each 6 months. How about them apples? Yeah. All right, Sarah can talk to you about whatever you want. I'll be back. Thank you.
Yeah, David's had that idea a while now to have prison inmates build the wall. Probably not. I don't have ABC, so I probably won't be watching the ABC documentary Monica and Bill next week. Thanks, Ghost and Shannon. Hello, Rex. I feel like I haven't seen you in like almost since last year. December or something like that. They want us to give $100 billion, give or take, to other nations, and Trump only wants $5 billion, relatively speaking. And I mean, it's a partial government shutdown. It's not a full government shutdown, and it's based on congressional appropriation. You mean I could hang out with David? All right. Freeing all the federal inmates to build the wall is your idea, Dr. Meow? Okay. Whoever's idea it is, it's just make it happen. Oh, is that what he's trying to suggest, 405? That's never going to happen. I'm not running away. I'm staying put. No matter what, I will always be here. He doesn't have... Well, what's really crazy is that the wall is only a certain number of miles that he has. So it ends up being millions of dollars for every mile. Millions of dollars for every mile of wall. I just think we could do it a little bit more frugally. Does he want to just stack $1 bills there? Is that his wall idea? Most smart people wouldn't admit they are doxxed if they don't need to admit that they're doxxed. I've been doxxed. Does that make me not smart for admitting that I've been doxxed? Oh, not publicly, because then the doxers will know. They've got me. Well, the thing is with public figures, at least in Washington State, David blames me for being doxxed because public figures in Washington State have to submit a physical address so people can come and look at your records, your financial records. And because I ran for state senate, that's basically what happened. You're talking to a Walton. Oh, you're talking to a guest that claims they've been doxxed. I agree. I always purge and ban anyone who posts any address in room 6224. I don't believe Trump is coming to get you, Canadian. He's just going to leave you in Canada. I mean, you're beautiful and all that, but I don't think he cares that much. I agree. And illegal. Cool Lady Anthrax. Doxing is wrong and illegal. But be afraid, be very afraid. Yes, I do remember that, Xenu. That's pretty funny. David doesn't have a wife, and she's not pregnant. Every week when you grocery shop, you're magnetically pulled down the potato chip aisle. I like Luke's organic chips, potato chips, and his multi-grain chips. I don't like his Cheeto knockoff though. Too powdery. He uses too much powdered cheese in that, but other than that, that's pretty good. But David taught me to work around the outside edge of the grocery store. Any grocery store, if you want to be healthy, all you need to do is walk around the outside edge. Yes, I do have my John Lennon look on tonight. And I'm very peace-loving, like John Lennon. And I listen to the Beatles channel all the time, so no wonder I remind you of John Lennon. Peace is very good. I don't think I have a bit of a cold. I do have a cold nose because I ate something hot and it's cold outside. I just had some jalapeno poppers. A few jalapeno poppers, so my nose is a little watery from that. Imagine all the people living life in peace. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you can join us, and the world would live as one. You think the best way to stay healthy is to look at the food. Don't eat it, especially when it comes to sugar. All right, Rex, don't worry, I won't sing. Somebody asked me to sing over at iVlog. Good God, don't sing. It's just one teacher he dated, Drag King. He doesn't talk about all these, about so-called teachers he's dated. He dated one. Good point, Dr. Meow. I do tend to agree with you there. I'm not a Yoko Ono fan. Oh, Ghost. Is that what's happening with Trump? Like, Trump listens to all these non-Americans on Twitter? Oh, wait, no. Never mind. Never mind. Yeah, maybe that's the case, though. I don't know. Huh. With all... Yeah, he could have dated somebody completely different. Too late for goodbyes. I think I was listening to that song the other day, Too Late for Goodbyes. It's too late. No, that's not the... Is it that one? No, that's a different one. Don't say goodbye tonight. That's a different one. Thus no answer. Well, not all women are like that. 340. Just most women are not like Yoko Ono. I do love David. Thank you, Drag King, for reminding Rex. I don't know. Never mind. Too Much thinks I look like a girl he met at Woodstock. What does MMA mean, 249? Did I influence David to give up his MMA career? Well, mixed martial arts career? Yes, I did. I don't like violence. I don't like people punching people and kicking people, so yes. I said, if you want to be with me, I don't want I don't want you going out and kicking people for a living. My hair just looks like it's getting long. I don't know if it's really getting long. Okay, maybe it's really getting long. Here's my hair. Maybe it is getting really long. No, Xenu. David is an awesome man. True. Okay, true, Dr. Meow. I agree. Why do I always tend to agree with you? Wow, I actually have something in common politically. Maybe. Is it political? You've noticed there's only one political show on iVlog, and it's called America's Third Party. And I agree with you, 622. There's a chatter named ZNU in the room. Is that the same as Xenu? 960? I don't know. Oh, that's why I agree with you, because you're an unbiased ultra realist. Yeah, I think a lot of me, I'm a dichotomy because I'm both a realist and an idealist in one person. Usually that seems like it doesn't mix, but it mixes with me because I have ideals and dreams and things I want to happen, but I'm also realize what is happening. True, not signed in. Oh, was this your mixed martial arts fight? Your last fight was when you're 8? You felt silly? Wait, did you get into a fight because you were silly and just playing around or something? I don't think realist means that you want to revise history, no. Well, it kind of was after he went to India. That's a good point, 340. You know, I don't think this is the place to talk about that. Okay. Biting ankles, huh? How'd you mute that? They can post something and then I had to copy and paste it. It wouldn't automatically change into it. Aww. That's sad. Oh yes, I have heard some things that are hilarious. To change centimeters into meters. How do you change centimeters into meters? Take out centi. Can you draw this ship? No. This is pretty cute. I'll show it to you. Let me add the source. That is hilarious. It's strange when Alexa talks and no one's talking back to her, to it. These are all like student silly answers to questions. Draw a sketch of the situation. Which is the best estimate for the length of a football? 1 foot ball. Describe a process that could be used to create a simple door. Something goes to door. What? Exercise words, opposite, original, China. How old is your grandfather? About how old is your grandfather? And he added his own thing. Dead. Oh, that's so sad. Complete, greater than or equal to OU, and he just put OU in the middle. Or something. Greater than or equal to the horse. My friend is on his chemistry test. Top secret? What? 10 words I can spell right now are octopus 7-2. Oh, well, there's a shadow. My progress in art. First is a stick figure, then it's a stick figure with a shadow. Wait, what is this supposed to be? Cash? $212. Write an example of a risk. This. Find the answer. Oh, they crossed out the N in 7 plus sign of X over N. I love that one. How do you know? Because I'm smart. Oh, goodness. I feel sad right now because something. Parent signature, mom, date today. Oh. How do you know your number is less than 40? Because I'm smart. I'm a star just because I just am. Oh, goodness. Describe what is meant by forgetting. I can't remember. Are you childish? House. Under no. Are you nervous? No. Are you paranoid? Why? 100 years from now, I hope to be dead. What is the strongest force on earth? Love. And they crossed it out. Aw. A history exam. Pretty good artistry. Explain the Cold War, how the Cold War started. Oh, that's a good one. That's a really good one. You're supposed to connect the dots all through one line in it. Bobby has 4 dimes. How do you know? Show your thinking. Thinking. Bobby? Oh, hilarious. Okay.
Can you draw this? No. Give this kid a minute.
These are all
That's
questions like, well, pretty good artistry, huh?
He drew that art, got an F. Wow.
Would you rather be stuck on an island all alone or with one person you hate? Why? I would rather be on an island. I don't know. I like to move it, move it. I like to move it, move it.
Move it. I like to move it, move it. These are really funny.
Okay, thank you.
Funny comments for kids to write. And
How many ghosts are left? 0, because ghosts aren't real.
that's a really intellectual answer, actually. Yeah, that's hilarious. How many ghosts are there? 0. Because the ghosts aren't real. Thanks, Sarah, for helping me. And also help yourself to whatever else is there.
Okay.
There's some stuff like candy next to my bed. You can have that.
Okay, thank you.
It's healthy.
I did eat some of it already.
Good. Finish the rest. I'd rather you ate that than candy.
Okay.
Because it's healthy snack bar candy. They make candy snack bars so tasty now with chocolate in it. It's like candy.
Yeah.
Wherever you go.
That's true.
Those are cave bars, by the way.
Oh, those are the cave bars.
Yeah,
Thank you.
they're expensive, but they're
Oh,
very
they're so
nutritious. Yeah.
All right, and then I'll, yeah.
All right, thank you.
I might have that and some ice cream.
Oh, good. Yeah. Why is the History Channel icon? You know, I don't know. I guess because the History Channel featured the active denial system. And what, you know, I'm just really happy that the government has developed this, not for crowd control, but for the use of protecting our borders. You know, let's face it, the invisible fence idea will definitely save our country a lot of money. Now, I believe we can build the invisible fence for $1 billion as well. But those are just, you know, off the cuff assessments. Dave, news on Russia. Okay. Russia plans to ditch us dollar for Bitcoin, says university professor. Oh, okay. To ditch the US dollar for Bitcoin. Yeah, well, Bitcoin is like a ledge. You know, if Russia throws their assets into a ledge, the US dollar is so much stronger and has so much more stability long term than. I mean, look at how stable the US dollar has been worldwide, and we can continue to be stable. But I wanted to write here in the text section. Invisible fence. All right. Okay, because that's my idea, and I came up with it before Donald Trump. 2 weeks later, Donald Trump started saying, "Oh, we're working on a see-through wall." 2 weeks after I came up with the invisible fence idea, and I thank Eddie Ecuador for suggesting to me that this stuff even existed, because he just said, "Hey, this exists." And I found out they use this for crowd control, or they could use it for crowd control. And I would hope that they wouldn't use it for crowd control, but I can definitely see its use as an invisible fence. And I think that since they've already built one, let's build a bunch of them and see how far the beam goes. It'd be a lot safer, a lot quicker, and we could do this and get the Democrats on board. This is my ideas, constantly flexing and thinking along the way so that we can find and forge a compromise with the Democrats. As you know, they gave us Barack Obama and the biggest, most costly program we've ever faced, Obamacare. And Trump is trying to repeal and replace it, but he doesn't have a lot of great ideas beyond my idea of the mobile medical unit system, which would also be a very good system for our country. And he used it during the campaign. He borrowed that idea too, but he never actually acted on it. So I think that if he did that, we could do that. I don't address that subject here, Zeno. You know that. We'll talk about GQ magazine if you'd like. Yeah, because that's not even something you can bring in the show. I have no anti-Semitism in my heart at all. And when you talk about that crap, it's bannable. I'm an anti-Zionist, not an anti-Semitist. Semite, rather. I mean. David picked. I'm akin to, another third-party candidate that I think is pretty cool. Abraham Lincoln. He was 2 years younger in this picture than I am right now. And look at the stress that he endured. My fellow Americans, it's been a long time since I was here at this great nation, but we need help now, and I'm here for you. Oh, sure, I had my head blown off once. I might get it blown off again, but I'm here again to fight for America. I really liked Abraham Lincoln, and I know a lot of you Southerners don't. He was my favorite president until I found out some details about him and how he supported slavery and all those things that most people don't know. And I really thought that he was a great president to bring our country together. But he did it in such a weird way. He actually married into money. And Mary Todd Lincoln was very wealthy in order to do it. But I think John F. Kennedy was kind of the same kind of guy, but in an opposite way. He was married into money. He was born into money, but he became more of a populist when he was in the office. I think that Abraham Lincoln was a populist to start with and was forced to be Republican and forced to be married into money. I can't imagine you picking Trump to be your favorite president when he's divided our nation and put us on the brink of an international crisis, and you still support him, which is so strange. Yeah, he was one of the best, and I really think that in the era of a great speaker and a great mind, I think Abraham Lincoln was one of the top contenders. Teddy Roosevelt was another great president. I have a list of the presidents I have on our board here. I keep Sarah had this in her classroom, and she said, "Hey, Dave, do you want this?" And I said, "Yeah, I really like it." It's like, sure, I want to find out all about our presidents. I mean, look at all these men. It's like amazing. It's just, except for, of course, this guy. Now, a lot of people still consider Barack Obama a great president. I don't know anybody who considers George W. a great president, but I mean, I still can't imagine anyone thinking Barack Obama was a great president when he left us with 5 million homeless when we left the office, 5 million people homeless, an oil leak bigger than any in the history of the world in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico that he didn't clean up, an environmental crisis looming with a lack of innovation over our smokestack emissions and other things. And he left us veritably with nothing for the future except a big debt. And you still think Obama was the greatest. Well, let's be clear. Anybody can be a puppet and read off a teleprompter, just like Donald Trump did today. I want to put history behind us and look at the corruption that the Clintons and the Obamas and the Bushes were involved in. I want to actually look back and say, what were they all about? I would like to have some reckoning. I'd like to have closure on the JFK assassination. I'd like to have closure on the 9/11 Commission report flaws and failures. I agree. We haven't had a good president since JFK who cared about the country and what we're encountering. We've got people that are in there right now for personal gain. Donald Trump has been seeking the office because he wanted another feather in his hat, and he didn't even want to take it. Jared Kushner talked him into it. Trump really was reluctant. I think it's because Trump has been put in play by his creditors, the Russian oligarchs, that Trump is being a president. And he's adapted to this role because they needed a good puppet. But the Russian oligarchs are really pulling his strings. And if Trump continues to hold out on this money and this $5 billion that he insists on getting, which I think he should hold out for at least till the end of the month. And if the Democrats don't capitulate by the end of the month or the next few days, I'm going to blame both parties. But bottom line, I think Trump's working for the Russians, and I think that he may very well be trying to dismantle our government. How else would he do it? Shut down the government, perfect reason. Use Dave's fence idea, and Mexico's going to pay for it. Didn't work out for him. He lied about that. Now we're dealing with the tragic result of Donald Trump lying to us with my idea, mind you, and not being able to implement it the way I was going to fund it. there's some money in the Veterans Super Fund remaining from 2007. Don't tell Trump. We could have put this together for $1 billion and built an invisible fence. We could have done that or built a container fence for $1 billion. I've given you 2 ideas that we could build for $1 billion. Thank you, Abraham Lincoln. You've been a great and wonderful model for other presidents to follow. I'm glad Mad Dog's not in here. He hates Abraham Lincoln. I don't know. Maybe Obama likes cocaine. Yeah, maybe they all like cocaine. That's the problem. Maybe we should drug test the president. I would be willing to submit to a drug test as president. I would, as long as it included THC. Just so you understand, I think that the herb marijuana is medicinal. And frankly, I think the truth is, it is medicinal. Even our government's backtracking on a lot of statements they've made about it not having any beneficial effect. Now it's legal in 37, 38 states. It's crazy. Now, I'd be more than willing to submit to a drug test if it meant, you can include THC in the drug. Because I definitely won't give up a little vape now and then in my humidor in the Oval Office. I'm not going to be able to, function without a little bit of indica to sleep at night. You imagine the stress that I'd be under, especially with our country in a bad strait. So yeah, if you want to elect a person you want to call a pothead, it's not really, smoking something like heroin or coke or crack. But you don't know with Trump or Michelle or anybody like that. You don't know what they're going to be doing. I doubt any one other candidate would be willing to submit to a drug test besides me. I seriously don't. I don't think anyone would. I agree they should drug test politicians, but I seriously think they should allow THC in their bloodstream. It's essential. In fact, if you're not enjoying a little of the cannabis at this point in your recreational state, you're missing out on a lot of opportunity. I don't tell Sarah that, because the last thing I want a teacher to do is smoke marijuana. But I can tell you that from my perspective, it's been very beneficial. Now, if you're telling your kids, hey, what do you want to do? You want to smoke. Don't tell them to smoke pot, because if they try to smoke pot, they'll like it so much they'll keep smoking it. So I urge you not to tell your kids to do that. It is a very enjoyable thing for people who are suffering from the stress of a day and they smoke a little bit of THC from indica plant. It just puts you in the right mood to go to sleep. It really does. I'm just telling you, it's a fantastic sleep assistant. All right, so let's move on here. I don't want to talk about cannabis tonight. That wasn't my priority. We did bring up a revolutionary new vehicle from Hyundai. It's spider-like, and it can take on possible traffic situations better than anything out there. And we even played you a little preview of it. Okay, you get the drift. It's pretty cool, huh? Yeah. I mean, when it's fully deployed, I'm sure it's going to be an amazing experience out there in the train and open train. Yeah, so this is a kind of a new innovative solution to getting into troubled areas and dealing with traffic jams. It is a cool video. I'll play it later, though. Yeah, I'm just at the point where if the Donald is doing this for purposes to destroy our country, that would be a horrible thing. That's my worst case scenario, that he's working for the Russians. If this is just his way of keeping our mind off the Russian investigation that's going on, it's an excellent diversion. It really is. I can't think of a better diversion than that one. I wish the country would talk about, the real issues facing our nation, but so often we don't. When we talk about our problems, we don't discuss the incessant pollution problem for people. I believe it's our water. Half our water in our country is toxic, and I think we have to really address that. I issued the idea of filtration last night, but water filtration really is going to be the future, and air filtration will be the future on Earth, if not this decade, next decade. By 2030 or by 2020, we should be seeing some sort of a new move in that direction. So I will issue an actual presidential decree to start up building water filtration for everybody who's suffering from water contamination. And what I want to have is a government relationship out of the White House where we can send you a water test kit in the mail with a plastic Ziploc bag that's a permaseal on it, and you just have to take a sample of your water, send it to us, and we'll have an independent lab test your water. What I want to do is create a plan to develop water filters for people throughout the country that are really cheap, and that can be mounted on your sink itself. Not a gravity filter, but a sink-mounted filter. Now, they've made a lot of these things over the years, but not a lot has been cheap. It's been very expensive. And whenever you pop a new filter, it's like $7 to $8 right now. And we're going to need a very robust system with cheap filters for everybody. So expect a brand new plan toward filtration, water and air. And this is something the Democrats won't even touch on. They don't even want to get into it because they just are literally run by corporations that say, well, we can't make money on that, Dave. We don't want to do it. That's why Barack Obama lost all that money to Solyndra and Fisker Motors. Nearly $2 billion lost to those companies combined. Obama lost us $15 billion in the General Motors bailout. And now General Motors is being owned by GM Shanghai, by China. We lost $15 billion under Obama there. So don't think Obama did a great job with handling the crisis of 2009. He didn't. Dave, millionaire news. Oh, okay. I'll pause the cast until you come back. That'd be funny if I could just pause it right there. I could actually stop the camera and just say, okay, until you come back, I'll pause it. Tom Steyer has a platform for post-impeachment era. A billionaire. Okay, let's take a look at this. This looks good. Hey, billionaires are welcome to, come up with great ideas too. I've got a fantastic idea to get people in need anywhere in the country or around the world food. And this is an idea I came up with in 2009 of just putting lots of food bags that could be dropped individually from an airplane. Wouldn't that be a great idea? If only we can get food and water to people in need right away. But we don't have that freedom and ability. And our FEMA camp or our FEMA regional centers don't have any food supplies whatsoever. It's like crazy. So I have a lot of great ideas that'll help our survivability, that's for sure. Let's take a look at this.
Be impeached anymore. He's the most corrupt. The question isn't whether he should be impeached anymore. He's the most corrupt president in American history, and we all know it. The question now is, how fast can we move past this president so we can build a more just and prosperous future?
All right. Tom Steyer, yeah. What you got? He's going to run for president. Well, that's nice. Yeah. One thing about having billionaires run for president, and I think we learned that with Donald Trump, is they've got moneyed interests in everything they do. And one thing we don't want to repeat is the same mistake over again. So I'm not sure if I could get behind another billionaire running for president. Buying the office at this point, this is what got us into this. Same with the Democrats. All they are. Did you know that Nancy Pelosi her net worth is $120 billion? $120 million. She probably wishes she had $120 billion. Nancy Pelosi, if you go to Bing, has a net worth of $120 million. Let me do Bing right now. I'm not sure if Bing is even a good search engine, but somebody found this out, that this is what happens when you go to Nancy Pelosi net worth. And if she's only making if she's only making $139 or $190,000 a year, isn't that amazing that she has $120 million? And look at Dianne Feinstein. She's earned $80 million. How do these people get this kind of money with their salary? That's impossible. And then you drop down to Paul Ryan and John Boehner. They're not nearly as corrupt as Dianne Feinstein and Nancy Pelosi. So you people have to understand the Democrats have been compromised. I don't know. No, that's not related to her husband. Have you seen her husband? Nancy Pelosi's husband? He rides for free whenever she takes military planes anywhere she goes in the country. You know that, right? They found that Nancy Pelosi, when she was Speaker prior, used the planes constantly, fly, and she'd literally have our military fly around at a great expense anytime she and her family wanted to travel. This is not private. This is public information. We were featuring this in 2008. Well, I'm saying, how can a person get $190,000 a year, even work for 20 years in Congress, and walk away with $120 million? If she had saved every penny, she'd have about $3.8 million. 3.8 is not 120 million. So I smell a rat. Yes, I could put my old Honda on eBay for $1 million and probably get it. Yeah, people would probably want to spend $1 million on my. I don't care about money. See, the problem is people in America don't realize that as long as these people have moneyed interests in Congress and government, personal money and interests, and they're all in it for themselves, we're always going to have this problem. Unless we get a person who's not materialistic like me, we're always going to have this problem. Now, many of you want money for yourself. I get that. I mean, everyone's up to a point wants to survive. And once you've covered that, like I did, you don't have to worry about that. You don't have to be greedy. But these people are very greedy that go into politics, especially in the Democratic and Republican parties. In fact, the Republican Party has been known as the party of greed. Only in the past 30 years that the Democrats, like John Kerry, have been investing in countries like Iran, that it started to get really greedy. And now you can see Pelosi and Dianne Feinstein eclipse the money that the Republicans have been getting now. So the Democrats have learned from the Republicans, and now they're really, really greedy. I don't need money. I don't want money. Yeah. Okay, great. I'm glad you feel the same way. Insider trading like the rest of them. Yeah, and the 60 Minutes show actually revealed the truth about insider trading in government. They ran a show. It was a pre-show, and the 60 Minutes show was shut out, and the media shut it down. Let me see if I can go on YouTube and see if I can find it. "60 Minutes on government insider trading." If it's out there, it'll pop up. Yep, Steve Croft, Congress trading stock on inside information. That's just as good. Yeah, there it is. Okay, I'm going to play this for you tonight. It's 15 minutes, and it's all about how the government can make money on insider trading. It's really good. Steve Croft did it, and it never aired after it first aired, but somebody made copies of it. I guess CBS News now is allowing it to be on the internet, so that's good. The American people want the most is stability. Assurance that they'll have enough money every month, not worry. That's why we came up with a $400 a month plan to give people at the very bottom something, and people who are at the top a little extra so they can, spend money in the economy. And you don't have to apply for this, but I'm hoping within 6 months to get a $400 a month plan going for the U.S. citizens that want to qualify. There is only one qualification, that you are a U.S. citizen. You won't be checked up on every 6 months, but if you don't use your money in 3 months, it'll reset to zero. And then you have to make another phone call to restart your card. Ironically, this is a wonderful stopgap to a potential financial crash, too. Because if there was a financial crash, everyone would have a little bit of money would trickle into your account right away, and we'd give you a boost of like $1,000 just to get started if we had a crash. Very few people could cover $1,000 a month, wouldn't cover their minimum payment on their car. There's some people with $1,000 payments on their Porsches. I know somebody who has a Porsche, and he bought a Porsche for $1,000 a month, $73,000 car. Now he's trying to sell it for $65,000. Yeah, but his monthly payment on it is $1,000 with insurance. It's ridiculous. All right, you guys just want a little bit of money to get started. I think a lot of people want housing too. Oh, I know, $400 won't cover even your food if you lived in a tent. That'll just cover your food. Oh, I know that. But what I want is enough for people to get by financially, and give a little extra to stimulate the economy. Get the retail sector rolling a little bit faster, because right now people are still holding on to their money. In case you haven't known, our country isn't doing really well. That's number one. Our unemployment is 45%, not 4%, like Trump would like to think. And what the statisticians say is 4%. They're deriving their statistics from the unemployment insurance compensation draw, how much people have to pay out with unemployment. Most people, go through 24 weeks without finding a job and then stop looking, and then they don't qualify. So there's a huge drop off on that statistic. It's not an accurate statistic of the unemployment in the country. There's 97 million people unemployed in America. Of the 215 million that could work, theoretically, that aren't children and old people who are on Social Security or illegal aliens, that's a 45% unemployment rate. That's huge. I mean, we're trickling along like barely. So a lot of people are adjusting to living with their family. A lot of young people right now are living with their mom and dad, which is exactly what I did, ironically, when I was younger. When I had to move back because my father had a heart attack, no one would take care of my parents, and I was the only one that did and stepped up of the family. And it wasn't so bad. So the families have been adjusting. A lot of families are living together because of the cost of living. America is barely getting by right now. And if this shutdown continues, it'll shut down food stamps, which will heavily impact 43 million people who rely on that right now just to get by. The food stamps are like, that's all they've got, to that and their rent. And a lot of them are on Section 8 housing. So we've got a serious problem right there. And if Donald Trump, his purpose is to destroy the economy by creating this stopgap of a wall, which he's created, an obstacle, then that's very suspicious. He may be working for Russia to do that. And the Democrats may have to act faster to build this impeachment case against him. Now, the impeachment case can take on a couple key factors. Would be definitely obstruction of justice for firing Comey and telling Lester Holt that I just want to end the Russian thing. That's definitely obstruction of justice. That's a felony. There's definitely the possibility that he did federal election fraud, which Cohen is being charged with. Same crime, same exact crime, and same exact charge. There's also the possibility that he's complicit in his funding with his business, that there's conflict of interest, and that he's making money on the side. There's that possibility. They can use that. And there's also the possibility that they could use the fact that Betsy DeVos actually received gave him $9.5 million when he chose her as Secretary of Education. That's a clear bribe, unequivocal bribe. There's no way you can walk out of that. It violated federal election law for Donald Trump to get it more than $5,000. So that should be prosecuted. There's more than enough to proceed with an impeachment. High crimes and misdemeanors have been performed here. No question about it. If you bring up money laundering and the fact that the Russians rigged the election with money in his bank account through the NRA and Marie Butina, yeah, that's a potential. Marina Butina may very well be the conduit for Russia into the NRA where they got money to Trump. All of that is very suspicious. Problem with that is during the impeachment, if we do go into a government shutdown and it's getting worse with riots in the street, if the impeachment drags on and they don't get him out of office and get Pence in, or Pence may not even be fit for the job. I don't think Nancy Pelosi's fit for the job. But if they don't do something, we would be stuck with Donald Trump fighting over this budget and letting it all ride on him. Now, that's actually not such a bad move because Pence could be worse. Pence doesn't seem to have the speaking ability Donald Trump has, which I got to tell you, I like Trump's speeches. Even though it's completely controlled, he's always selling. Trump is always selling America. I don't think you realize how important that is. Something really powerful about the way Trump speaks. Trump is Trump. I think we're benefiting from that. But we're also suffering from his tweets. Pence is a very quiet man, not good in a situation like that. We need a person more vocal, more flexible like I am. But Pence was chosen because I think they have dirt on him. That's why Pence won't reveal any of his emails when he was governor of Indiana. There's got to be something damning in those emails. There's got to be. So, by the same token, why would Trump be withholding his 10 years in tax returns if that doesn't reveal Russian money and influence? I mean, come on. Seriously. So we have a lot of possible high crimes and misdemeanors going on. But ironically, because I see the pathway Donald Trump is on is simply to use my ideas, I have to embrace the plan. And I definitely think the shutdown should continue until we get the $5 billion from Pelosi and Schumer. But if they don't do it in the next couple of weeks, it's going to be D-Day. By at least January 25th, if we don't get this money in place, we will be seeing a major impact on the economy, and we will be in a crunch time to deal with the crisis of food stamps. That's just the starting point. And then all those workers who are going to be pissed off, they've been working for free for a month, are not going to be working for free. Now, my tone is, let's get this thing rolling. I mean, I want to make this work. And if I have to, work with Donald Trump, I'll do that if necessary to keep the country on a stable path. But again, if the Russians are in play and they got a sex tape on him or a possible sex selfie, which they may very well have, according to the Concord Management Consulting Firm and what they said, then he's been compromised, and our country very well could be going down a road to ruin, courtesy of the Russians' influence over Donald Trump. We're not going to get the impeachment of Pelosi. The Democrats are so weak, they chose the least inspiring person, the least capable person to be their Speaker of the House. That's the worst possible judgment anyone. That shows how weak the Democratic Party is. And now Warren wants to run with her obvious lack of Cherokee heritage. She needs to be going to jail for perjury for 5 years. She needs to have the same thing that happened to Martha Stewart. She served 2 years, right? Leona Helmsley. Elizabeth Warren is on that same level. She thought she could get away with taking $500,000 from the U.S. government for claiming affirmative action money, lying about her background, claiming she was Native American. Do you realize how deceptive that is for a Caucasian to write down she's Cherokee Indian to get all that funding? That's the most sickening, deceptive thing anybody can do. She can't ride with that. Beto O'Rourke has that hit and run. He'll never get past the hit and run. His history is going to be sealed for that. Plus, he's pretty much married to a billionaireess. I mean, who marries a billionaire? So his credibility is down the toilet. I won't be on the ballot right now for 2020, no. It turns out the American people aren't even aware of me. We've been doing the show for 10 years, and only a small handful of Americans are even aware of me. Maybe 1 million people. Yeah, they've heavily censored my show. And we've opened up the iVlog show to reach more people, but that's a small network. But our show is censored in America, but not around the world. We are on UHF broadcasts. People see me constantly around the globe. I'm an international success. But nationally, I'm still not known. So there's a lot of limitations. I expected free press in 2008. In 2008, I ran a really strong 500 hours and sent press releases to everybody. And nobody cared about this third party. They just wanted Obama. They didn't care about alternatives to the two-party system. Yeah, I have tried to get on it. You can help me get on it right now if you go to americasthirdparty.com. Click on the old site button and check your state. You can help me get on the ballot right now. We have the apparatus for you to find out how many signatures you need to get me on the ballot. It's not like the method's not there. You can go to our website and start looking into it. All right. We need a satellite with full country coverage, but that's not going to happen. We don't even get donations, hardly at all. Yeah, We rarely ever get it in. It's not like we have the money to do that. The only reason why this movement is still strong and alive is because I believe in it. And I do this for free every day. That's the only reason. There's no other logical possibility as to why we would still be on a show reaching millions, if not billions of people, if I didn't believe in this. So you're lucky you've got a very strong person with integrity and a great purpose. Otherwise, I couldn't do this. I've never even taken a penny from this show. I've been accused of everything, and I've never done anything to profit from this. No AdSense here, just saying. The fact is, we don't pay for AdSense. We don't get money from AdSense. We are not getting a single penny from YouTube. We've been censored on YouTube for 10 years. We made about 1,000 subscribers on YouTube and 1,000, close to 1,000 on Twitter. And we plateaued in 2010. For 8 years now, my subscription count has remained the same, even though I reach all these people. We found out that our censorship level was beyond belief, and then we found out that Mark was making millions of dollars censoring people coming into the Vaughn chat room. So our presence on the internet is still limited and defined because YouTube is so controlling of our hit count. I get one hit marked up for every million people that watch my show. That's my suspicion. That we're not even seeing it move. You know, I'm not a hunter. I am an excellent shot, though. But I don't believe in killing animals unless I'm hungry. I've known people that slaughter animals just for fun. I've talked to them. I just don't get into that scene. We're living in a time where animals are precious. I live in an area right now where they'll kill a deer, no problem. I was overhearing a conversation at Ace Hardware one day. I couldn't believe it. Two guys, a guy and a gal talking. She was telling the guy, yeah, we know a good place we can just kill any deer we want over by the convalescent home. We just blow them away and, chop them up, dress them, bleed them out, and we give the legs and thighs to my brother for his dogs. And I'm listening to this and it's like, so all these little deer that walk gracefully by the convalescent home, that old people are going, oh, look at the little deer, honey. They're surrounded by a bunch of murderers that kill these things. There's no game warden over there, no. And they literally murder these beautiful deer that get fed by the old people, Oh, look, Bambi, honey. And then some guy just takes Bambi and, blows it away right in front of him. It happens a lot. And then I heard her say, yeah, my brother was so pissed off because they didn't take their hoofs off when they handed them to him. I mean, I don't want their stinking hoofs. The dogs didn't eat their hoofs. It's like talking about living creatures that were beautiful. They're absolutely beautiful, deers are. They're like from another planet. We have them in our backyard. They're so prevalent here. I thought Trump's address was way too short and not to the point. It didn't discuss the tremendous population growth south of the border. It just talked about the MS-13 thugs. And we all know that not all these people are MS-13 thugs, like the innocent little boy that was killed because he didn't get proper medical care last week, or the innocent little girl that was killed because she didn't get proper medical care last week. But he phrased it in a way that we want to improve the humanitarian problem. But the record shows that Donald Trump has lost 2,400 children who have either been kidnapped or child trafficked in our possession. That he didn't even put a task force to find these children either. He's allowing 2,400 kids to have no mom and dad and sit in some cell or possibly being sex trafficked. That's a serious problem with Trump, and he's not addressing it, but phrasing it as a humanitarian reason why he wants. I support the idea that I came up with the 1,000-mile fence, and I support funding it. But I've got a limit to this, and until I'd say by the 25th, if he can't get a response from the Democrats, or if he initiates a War Powers Act of some sort or an emergency plan, we're not at war with Mexico. He can't justify this, and there's not a huge humanitarian crisis yet. But if he can't fund it creatively like I'm talking about for $1 billion, that's a serious thing. We want to actually get $1 billion spent on an invisible fence. If he can't get creative here and sell them on $1 billion idea, like my idea, the invisible fence, then we possibly could look at another option, the container fence, which I've been pitching as well. That works as well. I mean, we're in a brand new dimension, really. This is a whole new world. But it's not a new world order. That's something they want. That's the powers that be. They want a new world order. This is just a new world. There's no order to it at all. And there never will be. We have a very good system in play right now. We've got nation states running their own regional governments. There's no reason to alter the course that we're on. And there's no way it would work anyway for a central government to handle all of the nations of the world. I believe that Trump's address, if it doesn't inspire Pelosi to bend over, did I say bend over? I'm sorry, to give in to Trump, and if it doesn't inspire Schumer to give in, or the American people, how important $5 billion is, because it is an important thing, then we can put together an alternative $1 billion option. That's possible. That's certainly doable. I don't think that we need an expensive alternative like what Trump is suggesting. His fence is also a pile of crap, frankly. All right, so we've got the invisible fence right here. That idea is solid. That also costs $1 billion. And we've got the container fence idea is the other idea that I have, which would be nice. With the invisible fence in front. But the container fence, I think, is much easier, or much more difficult to put in. I think if we did an invisible fence first, that would probably be our best bet. But if we can get $1 billion allocated, I think moving on the container fence means more jobs. So that might be better. I didn't really think tear gas at the border is something we should be doing. It doesn't seem to solve a problem other than make people not want to come over. They'll still want to come over, but they'll try to avoid the tear gas. This one, the invisible fence, is a laser fence. That was the whole purpose of the active denial system. But a lot of people have aversions to a lot of things, you know? And they freak out. So if you're going to freak out over the idea of an invisible fence having a microwave in it, the Democrats are going to freak when they hear about that. Yeah, you might as well cancel your cable too, yeah. Cable's ripping you off. Just get Netflix. It's like, what is it, $12 a year right now? It's going up to 15, I think. Yeah, that's what happens. I talked to a guy today who gets Wi-Fi. When he gets Wi-Fi, he can actually watch his Netflix shows. But when he's on HughesNet, which is a satellite uplink, he can't watch Netflix in real time. HughesNet claims they're 10 megabyte download speeds, but that's barely enough for Netflix to work. Okay, Jason Christoff, how the elite use sports to rule the masses. That's pretty interesting. There you go. Excellent video. Okay, thanks.
Sport has always been used to pump fabricated emotion into the slave class because the slaves themselves have no chance to experience victory or high emotions within their personal lives.
Ooh, interesting theory. Yeah. The slave class. Okay, I added that to our run tonight. Thanks. I'll have it louder, but that's as loud as it gets. I'll crank it as high as it'll go. So your Netflix $12 a year, my ad. No, I said $12 a month. Did I say a year? Oh yeah, you wish. No, it's $12 to $15 a month now for Netflix. Did I say a year, really? Well, that's because I'm not paying it. I'd say a month if I was paying it. But frankly, I wouldn't even get Netflix. I would just probably watch Crackle or something. Roku. If you're looking for just entertainment, there's all kinds of free networks where they'll play commercials for you on the internet. I haven't tried Pluto. Is that anybody tried Pluto? Is that good? Major TV networks are giving BJs to Netflix, really? Netflix is doing really well. Aside from a hiccup with the House of Cards, I watched the last 12 new series they created for the House of Cards to kind of wrap it up. That wasn't bad. They managed to work completely around his character, the unspeakable. Yeah. Yeah, I don't even like talking about him because he's such a weirdo. Yeah, well, the fact that he said he got drunk and then attacked a 16-year-old boy. Now he pled not guilty in Nantucket. I just think it's, I guess he is innocent until proven guilty, but Kevin Spacey is, I don't know, he's got some weird things happening. Besides this, how do we keep busy all day? I've got a regime that I'm involved in developing something that I think is very beneficial for the world. I'm working on a project that could very well save the day for a lot of us in a tough era that we're entering. I can't talk about it, but it's pretty interesting. We're running into serious problems with the environment, climate change, and I have a solution for that, and it's going to be really good, but I have yet to perfect it. We're entering the zombie era, yeah. Yale experiment reanimated dead brains promising living human beings. Wow. The zombie era. That's so weird. They're going to reanimate a pig's brain from the dead. And it's going to be living hell for humans in the testing phase. A scientific experiment to reanimate dead brains could lead to humans enduring a fate worse than death, an ethics lecturer has warned. Last month, Yale University announced it had successfully resurrected the brains of more than 100 slaughtered pigs and found that the cells were still healthy. The reanimated brains were kept alive for up to 36 hours, and scientists said the process, which should also work in primates, offers a new way to study intact organs in the lab. Although the pigs did not regain consciousness, the team admitted that it may be possible to restore awareness, and the experiments opened the door to the prospect of human brains being kept alive outside of the body. However, Nottingham Trent ethics and philosopher lecturer Benjamin Curtis said it could lead to humans enduring a living hell. Even if your conscious brain were kept alive after your body had died, you would have to spend the foreseeable future as a disembodied brain in a bucket, locked away inside your own mind without access to the sense that allows us to experience and interact with the world. He told The Conversation, in the best case scenario, you would be spending your life with only your own thoughts for company. Wasn't that what life is all about anyway? Aren't we all trapped in our own body anyway? Seriously. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Whoever it is, they've got a lot of money. Making you queasy thinking about it? I know. Surely you jest. There was a Twilight Zone of a head on a plate, glass, and it was yeah, or was it not Twilight Zone? Maybe it was Outer Limits. That's why it's not popping up. Outer Limits. You've reached the outer limit. No, that's not it either. Well, the picture's somewhere out there on the internet. Pretty gross, isn't it? Thinking about an animated head. You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension of both sight and sound, of both things and ideas. You've just crossed over into another dimension. Yeah, I don't have it. One of the genuinely scary TV episodes of Twilight Zone was the one where everyone had a mangled face. That was the norm. That was a good one. The mangled face one. That was in Outer Limits. Okay, moving on to your next point. Yeah, they were going to give it a machine body. You know, I'm of the belief that these transhumanists really do believe that they'll be able to animate their brain. They want eternal life. They do. And they believe that they're going to somehow be able to jack their brain up with RFID chips to get at the eternal life concept where they live forever, or maybe have that brain moved into a clone body with the same exact clone of themselves, taken at an earlier age when they didn't have cancer or whatever. No, I don't have a mangled face, but thank you. Yeah, the pretty girl was looked at as ugly like the monsters. Same theory.
50th.
David Attenborough on overpopulation. You know, this is exactly what I don't want to bring in the show, but I'll bring it in anyway. I don't believe we have overpopulation. I think we have poor distribution. But so many people believe, well, the population's the fault of greenhouse gases. That's not true. That's not true. Most of the greenhouse gases that we're experiencing in the depletion of the ozone, I will play that though tonight. Thank you for the link. Most of the greenhouse gases that we're getting are not coming from your butt or the cow that you ate's butt. Most of those greenhouse gases are coming from chemies in the air, do 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 do, chemies in the air. They're spraying us like insects. It's inevitable that this is going to cause a depletion in the ozone. Whatever they're doing is a flawed, scientifically unfounded technique to line the atmosphere with some sort of heavy metal. They're playing God, and it's happening. This is truly going on, and we're breathing this crap. We're breathing nanoparticles, all of us are. You have no idea what they would do to our bodies. No one does. Yeah, we should get some chemtrail t-shirts going. I'll work on that. I'll get my Spreadshirt account to add chemtrail t-shirts. Dave, over here it's either 30 or 50 degrees and everyone's coughing. How do you know we're not getting sprayed with aerial vaccinations that can cause and trigger problems? The Pentagon developed a vaccination that could actually control a gene in your brain called the VMAT2 gene. And the vaccination the aerial vaccination could be affecting all of us. The VMAT2 gene is connected to hysterical thinking, aggressive thinking, and if they can control it with a vaccine, why not spray it on the population, along with lithium and whatever else? They could easily do that. Yeah, so sure. Since we don't even know what's going on, a lot of us are asking that big question.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
I know. You know, some people think, Dave, is that your son? He looks just like you. It's like, yeah, I mean, the more I see it, it's the more I see him looking just like me. It's kind of crazy. What the heck, yeah. He's just a guy that does stuff on the internet. He's just a guy. Just a guy doing whatever he does. Yeah, so his face is doable, though. You know, what's going on, man? You know, I was like, really? He has the same eyes, really. He looks like my older son. Like I don't have a son, but he has the same eye construction. Deep set eyes, eyebrows, same spacing. Very similar. Okay. Let's say you spend a lot of time with a person, you start to resemble him. Yeah. Well, the thing is, the first 6 weeks in a relationship are scripted. You're running on your script, she's running on her script. That's the truth. In the first 6 weeks, it's all scripted. Neither one of you wants to hurt each other's feelings. That's one of the reasons why a lot of people are, kind of fake when they first meet each other. But when you get to know each other better, then you have to get through those barriers. Like, what is it about you that disturbs me? And everyone has to complain about each other eventually. If you hang out with everybody long enough, you'll complain about each other. So it's in our nature to we have to work out the reasons for those feelings and resolve them and say, hey, you're free to be yourself. I don't want to tell you how to be. Or am I scaring you? Talking about that. So you have to find your barrier, your boundaries with whoever you're with. And if you push somebody's buttons, you need to know what those buttons are. Okay. Sarah is a different person. She's very quiet. Maybe Howie's too quiet, yeah. A lot of people keep things in and don't tell people how they feel. And a lot of people are more overt and tell people how they feel and take a hit for doing it. I'm very direct. And it's not something people like. It's oftentimes an antisocial behavior to be direct like I am. But in my case, I think it's very useful to have a direct speaker in dealing with the problems facing our country right now, as opposed to somebody who, like Mike Pence, who's going to be hiding from everybody and never really wanting to ruffle any feathers and never do anything. But at this point, I'd almost take that over Trump doing too much. The problem with Trump is he's too histrionic and his behavior is it's too unpredictable. I think Pence is more predictable than Trump. We would rely on Pence being very quiet and just say whatever the speechwriter says. And that's far cry from Donald Trump. So we would get a different guy with him. But would he be reactive enough and connected to the American people to do that? Could he do a show like this? No way. No, I didn't get a hair transplant. Should I? What's wrong with my hair? I kind of like it. Fly on the wall, donations. Rex, are you seeking donations?
Hello, my name is Nan.
Oh, we have an interesting little powwow of the a gathering of the minds, or rather the gathering of the idiots.
Nancy, and I'm an alcoholic. Nancy, you're in the wrong fucking meeting. Gosh damn it, Nancy! Somebody give me some fucking popcorn. This is gonna be great. We need to stop building the wall. The wall is being built. We got a lot of fucking wall already. The wall will continue to grow. It's not nice. You know what's not fucking nice? You spitting all over my fucking coffee table. Gosh damn it, Nancy! Boy, I tell you, this popcorn is delicious. You're being mean to all these immigrants. We're gonna have fucking border security right fucking now. We're gonna fight you on this. Go ahead and fight me all you want. I don't give a shit. I'll shut down the whole fucking government. He will too. He ain't fucking around. I think I speak for everybody when I say we're tired of your threats. Chuck, you shut your fucking mouth or I'll slap your ass through this sheetrock. I'm sorry, sir. It won't happen again. You're fucking right. It won't happen again. Call me Mr. President. Mr. President. That's more like it, you fucking piece of shit. It's like a manhood thing for him. As if manhood could ever be associated with him. This wall thing. Hey, Nancy. Your high school called. They say they want their fucking diploma back. That was a good one. That's not very nice. You know what's not nice? You supporting criminals coming into this country. It's inhumane to let them suffer. Inhumane, huh? All right, I got a solution. How many square feet you got in your fucking house there, Nancy? 26,000 square feet. All right, I'm gonna let these illegal immigrants come in and they can live at your fucking house. Well, that may not work because I got a lot of cats. I'm done arguing with you two. The wall goes up or I shut this fucking government down. I'll be playing mind games with Trump. He tell me to shut up, I shut up. But when he leave, I'll start talking again. Shut the fuck up. Yes, sir, Mr. President. And as for you, get some fucking Windex and clean up all your spit.
Wow, that was incredible. Yeah, very funny and certainly worth listening to, I guess. Charles Schumer is married to a very interesting person, and I really can't. We haven't figured out if Iris is a female or a man. Is it appropriate to ask? Is Charles Schumer's wife a dude? That's the question. Everyone's wondering. Everyone is wondering. Yeah, we just don't know, and we're not there yet. Strong jawline, yeah. Okay, I'm not trying to make it. It seem like it's so bad for you to marry a transgender, Charles. I mean, just get out with it. I mean, Barack Obama did. Let's face it. I mean, there are a lot of people out there that are freaking out. Wow, I guess so. But truly, do we know for sure? There's been a lot of talk that Jeffrey Epstein and how Acosta, the current labor secretary, has given Jeffrey Epstein a pass on sex trafficking 60 children at Orgy Island. Nobody can understand why our labor secretary Acosta was the person that gave him only a year in jail time. And we've even found out through this court case that Jeffrey Epstein's penis is shaped like an egg. Warning, this video contains language which may not be suitable for all viewers. Yeah, I'm not trying to threaten you with Yoko. Here we go. This is a very sensitive subject. You ready? All right. Prepare yourself. No, we don't show Michelle. Well, we'll do that later. I'm ready for you. Are you ready for me? Ladies and gentlemen, Jeffrey Epstein.
Would you raise your right hand, please?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, I do.
Could you please give us your name?
Jeffrey Epstein.
Is it true, sir, that you have what's been described as an egg-shaped penis?
Form, vague, indefinite, and I'm going to give you the first warning, Mr. Coogan, that these types of questions are not only argumentative, but directed in a manner to embarrass Mr. Epstein. If you continue with this type of question, I will adjourn to deposition immediately.
Sir, according to the police department's probable cause affidavit, one witness described your penis as oval-shaped and claimed when erect it was thick towards the bottom but was thin and small towards the head portion and called it egg-shaped. Those are not my words, I apologize. But as Mr.
Now adjourned.
As Mr. Critton has stated, that this is
They didn't get a confirmation on that, though. There was no definitive answer. Hey, we do know that he got away with trafficking with 60 complaints from children, 14 years old, that were sex trafficked at Orgy Island, and somehow he didn't get prosecuted. That's pretty weird stuff. And why is Donald Trump protecting his friend Jeffrey Epstein? And how come all you Trump supporters aren't doing anything to stop that? And how come you Trump supporters don't seem to care that Donald Trump hasn't prosecuted Hillary once? There's something wrong with you Trump supporters that you don't want to even look into the possibility that we should prosecute Hillary. I mean, why is it all you people don't care about what you said you cared about? All you care about is your fence. Well, it's my fence idea, and I care about the fence, but I don't think it's important to hijack the country. There's a limit to how long I'll hold out on this fence idea.
Oh, guess what? Everybody wanted to see her. And she's here.
The kitty cat deluxe. There she is. Wow. Rare public appearance by our Amber. Yeah, there she is with her arms dropped there. Okay, that's a good little girl. She's a kitty, I'll tell you. That's
oh, great. No, it's so far up.
The best cat ever, I'll tell you. She's my one and only.
Get out of my hands. So.
She's my one and only cat, I'll tell you. Oh, let me do a transfer.
she comes.
Here she
likes to
comes
slap much
into my
about
lap, lap. So, Sarah, we've got the 1,000-mile container fence idea for $1 billion. That's
That's
happening.
a way to save money.
Yep. Or we've got the invisible fence idea, which we talked about as well, for $1 billion. So we've come up with some good solutions for the country. No, I don't clip her paws, because if I did, she would end up they put her to sleep. And I don't want my cat put to sleep. I don't want her drugged at this age. She's 15 years old, so we let her have long nails. She likes long nails. Well, I know, and a lot of you people that voted for Trump felt that you should prosecute Hillary, but I'm going to let Sarah take over the show and take my kitty in the other room here. There she goes.
She probably wants to be fed.
Yeah, I'm going to feed that kitty cat. Here we go, Amber. Let's do it. Onward to...
Zimbabwean army intervenes in opposition clashes with police in Harare. Thank you, ATP bot and ThoughtBot. I know, Trims, but she's the type that she would fight getting her nails trimmed. Amber is. David always gets Amber fresh cat food. He's like, oh, let's go to the store because we need cat food. And I'm like, we have everything else we need. We even have the cat food that we need. We don't need 20-year-old cat food. No. Actually, and then we went on a special trip because she eats generic special cat food. And we drove all the way to where we know they sell it. And I told David, let's buy 2 bags. He's like, do you really think she'll live that much longer? And I said, yes. And if she doesn't, we'll donate it to the animal shelter. Build a drawbridge wall that falls when someone tries to climb it. Falls back onto them and squashes them. Something like that. Authorities are warning people to not eat chicken tenders that were spilled on the roadside. What? She's a good cat. Your cat that you're allergic to is out to kill you. You have to the phone records in the hitman's name. It's because no, he was even saying like because we did have to have Amber anesthetized because she had a tooth problem. And thank you, Jacket Pockets. I'm glad you like my idea. Anyway, and when they were like, well, since we're putting her to sleep, do you want us to like trim her claws? Since she's already going to be asleep, and we're like, yeah, that would be great. And now David thinks that in order to trim her claws, that she's going to need to be anesthetized, even though that's not the case. Oh man. Okay, sorry, I'm tired. Usually, sometimes, so she's funny. Whenever David sits down, she always goes to his lap. Like, not sits down in a chair, but when he sits in his bed, she goes and climbs on his lap. And it used to be like when I leave, she would sometimes climb on my lap in the middle of the night sometimes. And then when I would leave, she would be like, oh, there's a warm spot, and she'd go sit on where I was laying, like she'd take my spot. And lately she's been kind of taking David's spot. So whenever he gets up, instead of coming and sitting on my lap, she'll be like, I'm just going to go sit where David normally sits. So it's kind of funny. Like, she'll keep him company by pretending to be me, and she keeps me company by pretending to be him. She likes David's thighs, too. He has a little bit bigger thighs than I do. And I think, like, she's just the right size to sit on one thigh. All right, Robert, you have fun and be safe too. No, we're never going to put her down. We like her. Hello, my beautiful cat Fluffy. I like your cats. See, I can hear him. He's going in the tuna in the can. Not tuna. She doesn't like tuna. It's like Friskies prime fillets is what she usually eats. And David like defrosts it in the microwave to make it a little bit warm for her on the defrost setting. And then he adds a little bit of CBD oil for her little arthritis. Yeah, I know. She is a pretty spoiled cat. Yeah, I can see why you love your cats. They look very loving. David does spoil me often. Well, we do the hard food kibbles most of the time. She eats like a third of a can of wet cat food once a day. So like this is the time he gets her wet food out, and then most of the time she's on hard kibbles. I know her, yeah, she'll either have beef or salmon and beef or turkey, all prime fillets, but beans and sardines for us humans. Oh, you almost lost Fluffy. He got out. Ooh. Yeah, we won't let Amber out. The white cat. Nice. One time Amber ate, when she was a baby cat, a kitten, she actually ate part of a banana. But that's because she was so sick that she didn't know what she was eating. She couldn't smell anything. It was like, if you put it in my cat food, then I'll eat it. And that's why we adopted her, because we're like, whoa, she'll eat anything. And then it turns out she's like super finicky. Once David got her illness under control, then she's super finicky. Your cat once ate a Hot Pocket? Well, having a name like Jacket Pockets, I would understand that. Oh. Your dog was attacking you? Good thing you gave it to another owner. That's nice of you to give it to another owner after it was attacking you. Man. Wow. Do you still raise iguanas, Ghost? Aww. I'm sorry that happened to your iguana. I had a friend that had iguanas. Or an iguana. You made a super tasty sandwich. Your cat was drooling over it, so you said, here you go. Gave her a piece, 2 stiffs. She walked away. You think that ruined it for you? The thing is, so there's this thing with big cats, and they'll cover things up, like they'll have a big kill, and then they'll cover it with dirt. And you think, some people, you know, like us, we would think, What, do they think it smells like bad? Is that why the cat's covering it up? But it's actually, they're saving it. It's like so good that they want to save it for later. Like delayed gratification. So my cat, like, sometimes she'll go over to your bowl and smell it, and then she'll scratch. Like, I'm like, you're scratching like you're scratching in a litter box. Is that, like, you think it smells like bad? And it's actually, she wants to save it for later. It's so good. Fluffy likes human food. Yeah, I don't think he ever would like human food. You had a dog that was very rowdy. You had no backyard. You took her for long walks, but she was part pit bull. Oh. Yeah, no reasoning with a part pit bull. Well, that's good. She could jump to your shoulders, so maybe it wasn't attacking, but she just knocked you over every time. Yeah, part pit bull, man. You think bigger cats are related to tigers? Maybe. Aria is the one with the black on the top. Yeah. Cute. Oh, that's Aria. No, Pockets, that's not okay. Unless you ask the manager and that's a move I know somebody would probably make, but that's not okay. You should ask them, and then if they say yes, you can buy it. Like, then you can buy their sauce if you really like it that much. Oh, Ahmet, 78. Were you born in 1978, Ahmet? I don't want to watch it. Paisley, no, please don't make me. I know it's not copyrighted. I just don't want to watch Bernie Sanders. Even if he is responding to Trump's Oval Office address. I just don't like Trump or Bernie Sanders. That's why not. Okay, I know this is a political show. I should listen to all the political people. I don't like them. Oh, you're one of those people, huh? 986? Who do I like? Well, David Sponheim. I really like him. Besides my partner. I would say I like Dr. Meow. Okay, besides people in the chat room, like actual politicians. There's one I was following on Facebook a while back that I liked. Senator... Which candidates? I don't really have a lot of candidates that I like. Do I think a bachelor will get elected? Yes, I do. If you count someone who's not married, like David Sponheim. Yes, actually, we have had unmarried presidents before. James Buchanan was not married, and Garfield was married in the White House. So when he first was elected, neither of those were married. So there you go. Yeah, surprise, surprise, the things you learn. At one point, I thought I liked Dennis Kucinich. So there you go, Electric Paisley. I'll say that. Thank you, my beautiful cat Fluffy. I know, that's what some people say. Dennis the Menace, but it's Kucinich. I know, that's why I would say, oh, Dennis Kucinich. Wait. I think he's Democrat. Where were you? Jacket Pockets, where were you? No, I don't think he is running. I'm just talking about previous people that I've liked. Friedman had some okay points. Tom Friedman. Oh, you had to move and things, you're without internet? Isn't it so difficult being without internet? That's what I thought, Rex. And obviously I like the Beatles, so. They asked me who I liked politically besides David Misanthropy. That's what they did to me. They're making me think. And I don't really like anyone. Because actually what they did is they tried to make me watch a Bernie Sanders video. Yeah, I probably would vote for you. Well, unless, of course, you're running for the same office as David, then I'd vote for David. But other than that, I'd vote for you. Yes, for almost a year, we went without internet. Well, yes, at our house. The, we went to the library and things like that, and I was not happier without internet. Well, I have to say, sometimes I do still get down and depressed these days, but without internet, I just felt like, well, I couldn't talk to you every night, or at least whenever I wanted, and it wasn't just you at the time. It was also like my other friends or my family were all like Facebook people, and I just felt really, because at the time, not only did I not have internet, I really didn't have affordable telecommunications. So I didn't have like a cell phone or a landline or anything like that. Nothing. So yeah, no landline. I think we did have a cell phone, but it had like limited connectivity. So it just felt very, without internet, it just felt very disconnected, even though I know it's better to be connected to people in real life, but, and maybe I could do without internet now that I have a cell phone, but no, not really. And then the thing is, like, when you have the internet, there's so much to research and learn, and yeah. Well, that's because they have Facebook. Facebook, I think, is a very woman thing. It's like a way that, you know how women get together and so there's sometimes like they gossip and talk and share, and like it's just very, I think Facebook is a very woman social network, women centric social network. Yeah, I agree with you. You're like, I am not a picture to put, I'm not like your avocado salad. Don't put me on Instagram or Facebook. I used to connect on Facebook and make friends with people. I ended up getting a different Facebook account because I put it on here and then or on our video site, and I just friended everyone who sent me a friend request, which of course I got some trolls, but the problem with that is then they started trying to friend my family. So then I ended up deleting all my family members from that particular Facebook account. And now actually I don't have a Facebook. I'm not connected to any of my family members on Facebook, which is the whole reason that I got Facebook, was to connect to family members. Ironic, isn't it? You have an online persona and a real world persona. Both are the same. You don't want to get confused. Just the online persona you have to pay for. Social media is making women depressed. It didn't apply to men because less men use social media. It's true, because I can see, like, if you see, oh, here's my friend. My friend, everything she posts gets likes, and nothing I post gets any likes. Yeah, I can see it like that. Yeah, it's all that drama. Drama. You haven't paid for cable TV in over 12 years. You don't have it when you have the internet. Yeah, exactly. Me too. 986. I don't pay for cable TV. I just have the internet. But I do pay for both Netflix and Amazon. You learned social media was horrible, so you quit? Yeah. Yeah, it's okay. He said, she said, OMG, LOL. Nobody laughs. Nobody really laughs. Except 8-year-old kids. They laugh at things that I just don't find funny. But maybe that's just because I'm an old, depressed woman. A fiddlestick, whatever. You have a Fire Stick, Amazon Fire Stick, your husband, and you put apps on it and watch pretty much what you want. Nice. Good point, Misanthropy. I take it you've never read the book, How to Win Friends and Influence People. Am I right? Words are a barrier, are they not? I don't know. I don't think they're too much of a barrier. Too many ads on TV, yeah. I like that. Don't worry, be happy. Your New Year's resolution is to not type LOL. You might laugh out loud, but not actually type LOL. That's exactly what David says in Misanthropy. Like, he'd rather have someone that was real than someone that was fake in his life. I don't know. I don't know. I think I might want to have a bunch of people in my life. Sometimes I think I want that. true. Kermit the Frog. No, Miss Piggy. Oh, goodness. What is it? They laugh at like pictures or I don't know. Yeah. No, I haven't read What Color is Your Balloon. Maybe parts of What Color is Your Parachute. That probably would be the case, Misanthropy, yes. But I actually don't know that many people. Except family. And I have a pretty big family, but I don't... Even that, I wouldn't... I'd end up... It'd be like a little tiny wedding with like 3 people if David and I were to get married. That's about it. No. Actually, it would be the 1 million viewers. Wait. 1 billion viewers. Worldwide audience. Exactly. Have I read What Color is Your Parachute? Parts of it. Yes, David would live stream it. Put it on the web. Live stream it. Because then I can feel like people actually care. Well, it depends on how much funds are in the coffers, and we don't have enough to pay the security team right now, so an infinite amount of time. 304 currently. No detailer, we do it live. Yes, David's real security team. How long does it take to cook a chicken? It's in something like 20 minutes a pound or something like that. Are you talking about a whole chicken? So maybe a couple hours? An hour? I don't know. I'm not the chef. I like that, Rex. You think a private wedding is more romantic, but what do you know? Isn't the whole point of a wedding to like share your love with the world and proclaim your love to the world? Something like that. I don't think I'm gonna be married. No, I don't need that. I have it invested in one of those lights though, Jacket Pockets. I think it's just the weather up here. It's starting to turn a little bit lighter earlier, but the winter solstice is such a drag up here in Washington State. It is such a downer, dude. It's so dark most of the day. The winter solstice, the shortest day of this whole year, December 21st. It's just so dark and dreary. Ugh. So now the days are starting to be a little bit longer all the time, and I like that. Well, when the sun comes out here, it feels like it's blinding because if you like cloudy weather, I'm surprised you don't live up here in Washington State. It is cloudy like all the time. A downer? Have I pulled out the cool albums? Like, what do you mean? Living outdoors, indoors doesn't help. Oh, I'm sorry, 986. I didn't mean to make it sound like a downer, but it is. If you're gonna have December 21st, you should be on like the southern hemisphere on December 31st. You shouldn't be in Washington State or north of there. But you're not a like super conservative, are you, Misanthropy? Actually, right where we live is so funny. I live on the longest island in the contiguous United States, and north of here are all of the conservatives, and south of here are all of the liberals, and I live right in the middle.
Yeah, we are. We're the centrists.
There's lots of conservative areas, pockets up here, Misanthropy. You would be surprised. Lots of conservative pockets. I'm like your tour guide? Okay. I don't know if they'll get ran out over the next few years. Do you think so? Okay, good. He's raised and grown. You enjoyed raising your kid. And it's like, at least having a birthday on December 21st, you have something to celebrate. And it's like, the thing about December 21st, December 21st is that, oh goodness, thank goodness, once you get there to December 21st, the days are going to start getting longer. So it can't get any shorter. What, Rex? What does that even mean, that your comment toward Drug King? Anyway. Your son was due December 31st. Nice. Well, being born on the summer solstice is really the beginning of the new year. Because it's really when the days get longer. Misanthropy says he'd be mad if he was born on December 25th and everybody forgot his birthday because they were doing presents. And then the thing about being born on December 25th is like, is it a Christmas present? Is it a birthday present? Everybody else gets like 2 days to get presents.
Wow, yeah.
Those people get only 1 day.
And you get your birthday with Valentine's Day, which is like a week later, right?
Yeah, Valentine's Day is 8 days after my birthday.
Now, there's supposed to be some major event February 5th. All these people come in saying, oh, the prophecy says that blah, blah, blah. And they talk about a massive snowstorm coming that'll destroy America. And it's like, you can't do that. Sarah has a birthday the day after. We can't have that. It's just not possible.
Go out on a high note.
I don't know. I just don't want that to happen. Gosh,
Happy belated birthday to your niece, Mark. Sorry I was ragging on December 21st. That's Mark's niece has a birthday that day, and 986's son's birthday is December 21st. And I was talking about how I hate December 21st.
Yeah, there's a lot of things going on at that time. It's pre-Christmas. It's that whole vibe, Everyone's having family come over and.
Well, it's also the shortest day of the year.
True. That's a good point. Yeah. Yeah. So, thank you
just
very.
saying because you're talking about the date. All right. Good night. Thanks for being my friends. I'm glad I have the internet and I can talk to you all.
That's true. It's a good surrogate friend. All of us are here on the internet. Thank you. Thanks, Sarah. It was a full moon and record night on deliveries that is yet to be broken. Really? Record night on deliveries. No kidding. No kidding. Well, Trump has doubled down on his border wall here.
You're fearful of those who might be coming across that would seem to determine your posture towards whatever policy the president puts forward. So I'm wondering, this is an issue that you've looked at for a long time here. And, President Trump, you've pulled on this issue of a wall. President Trump has really remained consistent here in terms of his message from the very beginning in the outset, even at the start of his candidacy. Have you found this to be, in your polling, something that the president must absolutely come through on in order to maintain his base when you look at that Republican support?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think there's a couple of data points to look at there. The first.
Okay, we're not going to... I like the question. I didn't like his response. The guy has a way of talking without ever making any sense. You want to see him? Let me show it to you.
First is that when you look at people who voted in the midterms, what they thought about the president's approach to immigration up to that point, you saw Republicans saying that it had been about right or even not tough enough. And it's a third of people who voted for Republicans in Congress, the folks who are at this point standing behind the president on this, saying it's not tough enough. So that speaks to this idea that he does have that base.
Okay, well, that makes sense. Yeah, he has a strong base, and I just hope he's not freebasing. Yeah, that would be bad. David, the alleged thylacine has been photographed, not extinct. No kidding, I was wondering about the thylacine. The Tasmanian tiger has been photographed, everyone. Yeah, so we don't have any extinct species after all, but 15,000 other species of animals are dying off left and right. There he is. In the natural habitat. The Tasmanian tiger has been elusive, but very, very thought to be completely canine-like creature, which was declared extinct decades ago. Yeah. Fascinating. I can't wait to know more, Not. Whew. Yeah. Okay, I think, so what? The Republicans want a fence. I do too. Because it's my idea, but I'm only willing to go up to the 25th of this month, I think, in retrospect, because I just cannot see all these poor people, 43 million people not getting their food stamps next month. That's my problem. I'm having a hard time with that thought. And then the rioting that would happen. God forbid we have a natural disaster right now with Trump as our president. You can only imagine what that would be. People are freaked out just thinking about it. We're going to win this disaster. I'm working very tough with a lot of people, and we're trying to get you the water that Haiti needs. There's a lot of water in Haiti. We just have to get it back because it's still sitting on the docks, and I would love to do that. We're going to task the Marines to do that. They still haven't distributed all that Haiti in the docks, that water. It's not just Haiti. It's, countless other places. You don't care your mother's being attacked tonight? Yeah, well, this is why we gave Rex ops tonight, to make sure that he had the authority that he didn't have in the other room. Remember, Mark is only letting T. Rucker people come to our show. A lot of you people who didn't go, previous people have migrated over to iBlog because Mark limited the number of IPs that were just T. Rucker's IPs. It's the same list of T. Rucker people. So some of you have been getting in. The repeat visitors get in, but that's why a lot of you are picking on Rex, because Rex was picked on at T. Rucker's, and now he's got the power. You see, this is how karma is a bitch. I know. Now everyone's trying to be nice to you now, Rex. Isn't that amazing how you get the mod power and now they're trying to be nice? Nobody likes him except you, Dave. Really? That's funny. Misanthropy, you can have mod powers too. Do you want mod powers back? You can't kick Rex, but do you want Mod Powers back to keep Rex in check? Yeah, you have the right. You're here every night, man. I mean, I'd give you Mod Powers again if you wanted it. You're a regular, man. We know that. Yeah, the T. Rucker gang is a little upset, though. That everyone knows T. Rucker's still alive, dude. Yeah, we know he faked his death. We had a video play looking at the memorial of his location where he was, supposedly died. And there's no trace of him in the search engine. He didn't die. It was just some sort of a... He probably paid somebody to put an obit in there. So Miss doesn't want... Let's give someone else a chance to be mod. Isn't that very benevolent of you, Misanthropy? Who would you like to be given a mod? DT Laura? Well, go ahead. You deserve mods. How long have you been here, DT Laura? There we go. DT Laura could be a mod tonight. Yeah. There you go. I know. How come it took this long to make you a mod? Okay, well, if you like it, we'll keep you as a mod when you come in here. You only come in here for a short while anyway. This will give you an incentive to come in here, DT Laura. Well, he faked his death twice before, T. Rucker did, and we know that he was called in, he and Amanda were called in as a kind of a hit, a media tag team, if you will, to try to take our views away. And we're talking 2-3 years ago now. And they tried to pull our views out. They said, hey, there's a show like yours, they're doing really great, blah, blah, blah. And that got a little boring. And then Amanda, of course, decided to leave him to move in with Lot Lizard at an apartment or something. And then a Lot Lizard requested certain things from her, allegedly, she said. Yeah, and now she's got her own private, personal business going on. But there had to be a draw for her to leave her husband and go to Lot Lizard. It turns out that there's a lot of money involved in censoring us and doxing us. So much so that people are making crap loads of cash. I'm not unaware of this at all. I'm fully aware of it. Millions of dollars have been paid to try to stop this third party from growing in America. Can you imagine the seriousness of that? If this were in Italy or another country, people would be up in arms. But they're literally being paid to stop us. And they're willing to take the money and they don't mind. Money's money. That's how they feel. I know you think he died of cancer. I know. He's got a lot of people fooled. But we're on to him. They are toying with us. Number one, T. Rucker never presented with any illness problem whatsoever. He even made a hate video, along with Lot Lizard, against me that they played in the Avonmus show, which is slanderous of me, calling me an idiot, a fool, while they profit left and right. And they literally made these videos bragging about how much money they made. There's no joke there. There's nothing funny about that. So, yeah, anyways, it's not an issue. I'd rather talk about something in the media. Let's see what this person has to say. Go ahead, person.
The federal government partial shutdown has stretched into day 17 now. He just tweeted, I am pleased to inform you that I will address the nation on the humanitarian and national security crisis on our southern border Tuesday night, 9 p.m. Eastern. He's also expected to visit the southern border on Thursday. Power panel stayed. Doug Schoen, Noel, Nick Poor. Doug, you said there's a reason why he's doing this this week.
He is doubling down on his position. He will reiterate arguments he's made before about national security, drug trafficking, MS-13. He's also going to make the case that he's going to the border to dramatize the problem. I think he's going to say to the Democrats, you've got a time limit to do a deal with me on the wall and on border security. And if you don't, I'm going to do it by executive order, declare national emergency. I think that's what's going to happen.
oh, Donald Trump is taking control of the situation. I think Donald Trump is going, you know what, we're not getting anywhere. And I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to shut down this entire shooting match. I'm going to call a press conference. I'm going to go ahead and get my wall, and I'm going to go ahead and put Americans back to work so they don't have to fear Thursday they're not going to get a check. I'm tired of it. Nothing's happening. I've been negotiating. I'm done. This is how it's going to be.
So interesting. So this prime time address tomorrow, you talk.
Okay, that was yesterday, but yeah, good. I love it. Yeah, I like that approach up until the 25th of this month. I'm going to give that approach 15 more days, or actually, 17 more days before I bail on the whole concept of holding out. I can see shutting the country down for a period of time, and I think a lot of you have seen, a 1 month shutdown is going to be significant. You'll know that the government can still shut down and we can still get our services met every day. You know that 1 month of EBT funding is enough to pay for the wall? Exactly. There's 43 million people on EBT, and that's roughly $5 billion a month. Yeah. The numbers are kind of interesting here. I'm just looking at them. Say an average check is 100. It's $4.5 billion. Yeah. You say 4.8 billion? That's close enough for me, yeah. Say 5 billion a month is enough to cover. So if they shut the EBT program down in February, that's not going to help our country. So I think we'll give them till then to do this. Otherwise, it seems like Donald Trump is doing one of two things. Diverting our attention from maybe the Russian investigation, which is still dogging him. The possibility his son Donald Jr. could be charged and indicted. That's a possibility. That's something we talk about. And if he's doing the work of the Russian oligarchs, then it's even worse than a diversion. Then it's an actual attempt to sabotage our country. I haven't heard a lot from Henry Kissinger lately.
We're talking about Russia and various other matters. We're talking about Syria, and
Yeah, he hasn't talked about... John Bolton says that we're not going to be pulling out of Syria. He assured President Netanyahu of Israel that we're not pulling out. It's a long timetable, so apparently that's not... But Kissinger hasn't piped up at all here. We're wondering if he's just getting too tired. He wants to back out of the whole thing. But the people that pull Donald Trump's strings are oligarchs. Whether they're Russian, Zionist, Western Zionist, it doesn't matter. Russian Zionist oligarchs are the same as Western Zionist oligarchs. Either way, they're oligarchs. The Western Zionist oligarchs are like Kissinger, Soros. The Russian Zionist oligarchs are like Manafort, who's now very sick with gout in the jail, and he's very upset that this guy's getting sicker and sicker the more things weigh on him. He should have thought of that when he manipulated the markets, offered Russian oligarchs money to buy Trump properties at twice their value, which I'm sure the Democrats will find out when they get the 10 years of tax returns subpoena. But I doubt that Donald Trump is going to reveal that, even if he is subpoenaed. So they may have Donald Trump in contempt for not presenting his tax returns. That's just a minor little detail. Donald can handle that. Giuliani would love to take that on with executive powers. So I mean, it's not like the Democrats are really going to phase Trump, and he could literally drive our country into the dumpster by February and then on into the riots that will ensue when people don't get their food stamps. I'd give the country about 2 months after that. So you're looking at maybe March, April, total meltdown. Yeah, and we're all getting replaced by bots, so it doesn't even matter. Yeah, Mark probably will make a deal and get bots replacing everybody in the chat room. So I'll think I have chatters, but they're just bots. Pretty soon I'll be in a dystopian future chatting with myself and an AI intelligence. That's assuming I'm not AI, which is, of course, an assumption. I have been doing the show as a human being, much to my chagrin. I would prefer to be an actual AI system talking to you constantly. Freaky. Ooh. Dave, Yeah, incorporating more AI and bots, Devon. Well, Ghost is doing that. You know, he's bringing them in. I don't really care. I think it makes the chat room kind of interesting to get backup information. I can always ban the bot, and so can a mod. But I would recommend muting the bot if it gets out of control late at night. I know, it wasn't a big deal. It was over in a flash, Rex. Yeah, 5 minutes of him hashing out his great plan. He talked about the deaths of a lot of people due to the MS-13 gang. And we all know that most of the people coming over the border are not MS-13 gang members. So I think that's a bit ridiculous to imagine that. You know, I'm just not of the fearmonger belief that these people are going to just all be rapists and murderers. Although I am taking my preparations seriously for the Y2K solution I put together. I'm building my Y3K supply. So in the event I actually, you sound a lot like it. I don't think so, but maybe in your mind you do. I'm preparing for Y3K. I want to be the first on my block to have Y3K supplies so that when the year 3000 comes around, I'll be the first longevity guy with the most amount of food to supply all of you, in case you're larger than a small rodent by that time. Most of you will be gone by the time I prepare for Y3K. Okay, that joke didn't fly very well. You're growing microgreens. You know, I'm growing a massive amount of algae in my pond. And I'm trying to figure if I can make an algae product, like an algae burger or something, in case I have to eat that. How will you keep it without guns? Are you saying that I don't have defenses? I am capable of defending the perimeter of my compound where my mainframe is located. Theory is Trump had a greater message to tell tonight, but he had to change it at the last minute for some reason. That's why it was short and inconsequential. Oh, you're probably part of that QAnon group, huh? That think that Trump is stopping the establishment. You've kind of gone off on that alt-right belief that Trump is some sort of a savior against the deep state, even though he won't prosecute Jeffrey Epstein or Hillary Clinton or Barack Obama for fraud. And we do know Barack Obama and Michelle are definitely gay. I mean, there's no doubt about it. Everybody's aware of that. I don't have to freak out. Other people can do that. I can just tell you that I'm not gay and Barack Obama is. Okay? There's rumors that Michelle has a penis. This picture is perhaps the most obvious indication that Michelle has a penis. This was on the Ellen DeGeneres show, where Michelle was dancing, and everyone can see the outline of her dong, and testicle too. Oh, Yoko's got it, man. She's hot. Yoko is one of my faves. She's an awesome, you know, she's going to reveal pretty soon that, yeah, I just gave you a little teaser there for those of you who wanted to see the flying dong that Michelle has. You didn't know Michelle has a penis? There's always somebody in the chat room says, no way. Yahweh. Yeshua way. Yeah, check it out. I kid you not, man. Check it out, man. Oh, flashy, flashy. Check this out. It happens to be over my face, but it's not like I intentionally put it over my face. Here, let me get out of the way here. It's just, oh, then my face is in the... Well, I think most of the gays are on Orgy Island. Yeah, I don't want to have it on my face. Anyway, I think you know what I'm talking about. I know, I was like, geez. Hitler was bipolar. Are you bipolar, misanthropy? Are you suffering from manic depression, bipolar disorder? David, are you planning to donate your sperms before World War III? Well, you know, I can't find a successful sperm bank that will take my sperms and guarantee their survival underground. I'm still looking for a good sperm bank. Does anybody know where I can store my sperm underground in a locked vault in a lockbox that doesn't involve Al Gore or anything. Are you going to bed, Frog Dog? Okay, man. Get some sleep. Was that microphone battery pack? I don't know. You think it was? You really don't believe that's a penis? I can't put I'm not going to put that in my own freezer. No, I'm looking for is there a serious underground sperm depository anywhere? Okay, apparently none of you care. I think we're done with this picture too. It bugs me that Michelle lied about being a woman all those years, doesn't it? And those kids are fake. The truth is, and since this is Truth Tuesday, we should at least talk about it. The truth is, Michelle there's not a single picture of Michelle pregnant. Not a single picture of a pregnant Michelle Obama. And then recently she said she had her kids in vitro, whatever that means. I didn't know dudes can have kids, but Barack Obama had a very intimate relationship with his staff, too. He's been seen publicly kissing men. Here he is with, what a beautiful couple, President Obama being greeted by a gay rights activist. And check out Michelle's face, yeah. I don't know if that's photoshopped or not. I can't tell. I don't know. Michelle's thinking of running, I think. Here's a picture of Michelle with Barack when he was Michael LaVaughn Robinson. This is a photograph that was taken when Barack was going to Oxnard College and he was going to Oregon State University. Michael LaVaughn Robinson was an actual, he's a running back. And I can't imagine, and we're not making this up. This guy did go to Oregon State University and was a college football player in 1981. Okay, I just hope Michelle doesn't run, because if that happens, we're going to have to keep exposing this truth about her penis. I don't even want to talk about it. It bugs me to talk about it. I don't want to talk about that kind of stuff. I want to talk about, how we're all going to prepare for the future. LaVaughn doesn't have a removed Adam's apple. No, Michelle has an Adam's apple. Let me show you pictures of it. I knew you'd want to ask. There's other pictures of Michelle with her penis, like this one is popularized. It's a real picture, folks. That's not photoshopped. I know. I'm not the only person that is shocked. If you're a Democrat, you voted for him. You people have to realize you've been deceived. You've been lied to. It's bad news. The lies go deep in the Obamas. Barack wasn't even born in the U.S. We got some really interesting things about Barack that just don't make any sense. Like, why does he have these scars on his forehead? A neurosurgeon looked at his head and said, that's signs from brain surgery. Was he chipped? I have procured that image from various sources on the internet. They are all over. Just Google Michelle Obama's penis. That's Michelle Obama's penis. I'm looking for her Adam's apple picture. Hold on. One moment, please. Here we go. Ding, 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 ding. Adam's apple is revealed. You have won a grand prize of 4 visits to the toilet paper rack at your local rest area. I don't know what kind of gift I can offer. All I'm saying is this isn't normal, folks. Well, let's be clear. Michelle is definitely sporting a big one. Big one there. And that's another picture. There's multiple pictures. Well, if you go to DuckDuckGo, we don't know if that's been compromised by the government either. Go to Start Page. Start Page, I think, is your best shot. Startpage.com, you set your computer to that, it'll give you a pretty discreet searchability. That's the one I'm repping now. Not that I make any money repping, an unhackable search. Tor has been compromised, the Tor server. That was run by the Navy and the FBI, a fusion project, trying to lure people into the Tor server. I don't have a picture. The Jackie picture is a Oscar de la Renta buckle, and I told you to research this. Many women wore it under their. It was part of an outfit. Whatever. They're not showed up. No, Mark. We wouldn't Photoshop any of this. Nor was it. I've analyzed it in close detail. It's super magnification, and it doesn't show any anti-aliasing or archival images related to photoshopping. Now, what was photoshopped, Mark, was Barack Obama's birth certificate, the long-form birth certificate. That was actually a that was actually an unfortunate situation where Barack Obama lied about his birth certificate. And it turns out that has binary and halftone images simultaneously on it, which implies Photoshop. So Barack Obama's birth certificate is Photoshopped. That's for sure. Well, we could give you a picture of the. You want to let me deliver the image of the freeze frame of Michelle's Dawn, and you can close in on it on the screen if you want. Would that make you feel better? Well, thank you, Dave. We'll do that. This is a close-up of the Ellen tube. Yeah, is that good enough for you? I hope you zoom in close on that. Zooming. I'm presuming you're zooming right now. Closing in on that. Get as close as you can get. All right. You'll see there's no anti-aliasing pictures. And it was a live video I was showing you. Yeah. I mean, there's more proof of alien reptilians than any fakery there. Well, I don't want to keep ragging on the Obamas, considering neither one of them is on the rag. Oh, it's very compelling. We've been lied to, I'm telling you. The truth is, our government lies to us all the time. I'm sorry to say, but they've been running all kinds of BS. And what's really strange is they've been making us think that we have a government, when in fact these people are just directors of corporations. The United States of America, the truth is, the United States of America went bankrupt March 9th, 1933. We are still in bankruptcy. The United States Corporation took over March 9th, 1933. They had been established in 1871. They created a new corporate entity called the United States. I know that sounds kind of ridiculous, but that's how they maneuvered and got money to build up Washington, D.C. and create the illusion we have a government when we really only have corporate leaders of every state. California is the corporation CA. Maryland, MD, Maine, ME, Kansas, KS. Literally the letters of the abbreviation of that state. That's their corporate name. That's how the structure of our government's running now. With the illusion of voting leads us to believe that we have leaders that are actually representing us, but they're just leading a company that's run by people who own our nation, and they hold the bill on our nation. It turns out that the only document ever published, truly, that gives us our sovereignty, other than the Declaration of Independence, is the Paris Treaty of 1783, in which you can read about it. It clearly says that our government is operated and controlled by the treasurer, the arch-treasurer, who handles our debt. And believe it or not, we still have debt with London, the city of London. I know it seems hard to believe we managed this whole thing, charade, all this time, till we finally are dealing with. The reality is the Belgium organization, the World Bank, and the City of London, called the City, pretty much run and underwrite our entire equity called the United States. It's a very sad situation. So we have to literally pull the United States of America out of bankruptcy, reestablish an infrastructure bank not connected to the Fed, and proceed again rebuilding our country as if we're starting from like World War II when FDR was around. Because these people hijacked our assets all this time. And estimates are as high as $40 trillion in assets, meaning our national debt could be paid off and we'd still have another 20 trillion nearly in excess. There may be even more money than that, because none of this money has accrued interest over the past 60 years since we handed them all the revenue from the winnings from Germany and Japan. So these people managed to finagle the winnings of our nation. When we won and presided with Western powers, our portion went into their hands, and they're sitting on it right now. That's the truth. What's going on with your mic? I don't know. Is it spiking? No, I'm just moving the table around a little bit. Sorry. There's sounds in the background you can't hear. That's not me farting or anything. That's just the chair. No, I haven't tried the clip-on one. I'm working on getting this to hook up to my portable DAT recorder. But it involves something complicated, like me putting this in the socket. This is a mic that Scissor Fight gave us for Christmas. It's a handmade mic made out of the shell of a bullet casing. 22 short barrel. Yeah. Fascinating, huh? Isn't that cool? I'm going to hook that up to my DAT recorder. And I'm going to get the mixer going. I haven't, I've been very busy. I haven't gotten everything together, but that's okay. It'll be around the time that I do it. Be good. Timing will be perfect. The 5G network, the truth about that. Well, we do know that the 5G network is potentially going to be devastating when it's installed, and it could be putting out dangerous RF signals that could hurt us. These beams of radiation will also need to be strong enough to pass through walls and human flesh, such as a hand or head, to reach the intended destination. That means that if you're at a crowded location such as an airport or train, there will be hundreds, if not thousands, of invisible beams of radiation flying through the environment at the speed of light. As people move in that environment, their bodies will be penetrated by numerous beams of radiation as they walk or as other people walk around them with their 5G smartphones. 5G phones will be much more powerful than previous phones. The affected radiated power of the 5G phased array antennas and phones will be 10 times more powerful than the 4G phones. No one will be free from exposure. In addition, the 5G beams of microwave radiation will be received and transmitted from new computer equipment, household appliances, and automobiles. Stationary equipment such as Wi-Fi hubs in homes and offices will be permitted to use microwave beams that are 15 times stronger, 300 watts, than the signals from a 5G phone, or 150 times stronger than 4G phones. Why is 5G much more dangerous than previous microwave communication systems? One guy, Arthur Furstenberg, author, researcher, and advocate for limiting RF exposure, explains the analysis of 5G radiation that was published in Microwave News in 2002. He stated, "When an ordinary electromagnetic field enters the body, it causes charges to move and currents to flow. But when the extremely short electromagnetic pulses enter the body, 5G, something else happens. The moving charges themselves become a little antenna that re-radiate the electromagnetic field and send it deeper into the body. These re-radiated waves are called Brillouin precursors. They become significant when either the power or the phase of the waves changes rapidly enough. 5G will probably satisfy both requirements. This means that the reassurance that we are being given that these millimeter waves are too short to penetrate far into the body is not true." All right, so this is going to be a disaster for mankind. Yet they're pushing, going forward, full steam ahead, as if there's nothing stopping them. Very weird and unfortunate. Okay, I'm just doing a little research. Sorry about that. Hello, everybody. AT&T is lying to its customers with 5G marketing. Chat room celebrity. Okay, thank you. Now that the government is shut down, someone should start a new one. That's pretty funny. Right. Come up with a new corporation. We'll call it the United States of America. Has anyone seen chemtrails? We've all seen chemtrails. Every one of us in our room has flying over the house practically. Yeah, there's plenty of evidence of chemtrails. If you go to my website, chemtrailparty.com, you'll see chemtrails. So don't worry, we have them. Plenty of evidence. Go to the links page. Okay, I was just going to do a little search here in my search little category. Right, 153. Let's go to 153. Yeah, I have a thing called Flipboard, which I can give you the link to. It is where I store all the links from the show. And if you want to check that out, that's the link to check out all our links that we've been getting over the past year. I've got 27 magazines set up, but our documentary footage is perhaps the most powerful, the stuff that's been coming from Scissor Fight. And we have a section on 153 News right here, which talks about, you know, all these shows that have come up one after another that just show you evidence. This is the most recent post is the fires in the riots in France. Yesterday there were a lot of riots and nobody was covering it at all. So that was the recent post. Yeah, this is Paradise Fires, really good stuff. Ember Nanobots. This is one of the best videos from last week that came out. The possibility that they're creating nanobots that can actually burn faster and directionally in fires. It's snowing. Oh, cool. I guess. Nicholas Cruz do video of him having a breakdown. This is all in the 153 News section. Evidence of the Masonic sign symbols, right? Thousand Oaks under attack, cannot be denied. America under attack. Pet goat. More talk about Paradise Lost, talking about the Paradise fires, and a reveal that the Paradise, California Masonic Lodge was untouched. Nobody ever touched that in the fires. It was perfectly protected, which is very suspicious. Everything else is just absolutely, you know, horrendous stuff. Masonic Lodge, one of the few buildings left. Yeah, I'm looking for that video. I can't find it. I'll have to look elsewhere. That video, the one video you have to see. I'm going to go back to my selection on YouTube. And then we store all our shows on YouTube. Oh, you got one there? Okay, great. We store all our shows on YouTube in a playlist. And
911 emergency.
And I've got a playlist of shows that we put in, you know, in line every night. And we're running playlist 1901 for the 2019 year and the first month. And we got a lot of stories that we bring in the show, like from here. This is all stuff that we've collected just in January already. I'm looking for the one I just got. Yeah, I'm just sorry to take your time up here. This is hilarious. This one is hilarious. Yoko Ono Bad Dancing. It's called Bad Dancer. I never thought Yoko Ono actually was a dancer, but you know, apparently she's quite the dancer.
When your heart is dancing, your mind is bouncing.
I think Yoko Ono is going to make a comeback. I think that I can actually see her as a pop hit soon. I think you go to the corn cobs, Jacket Pockets. Pull out your dried corn cobs from your last harvest. He ran out of toilet paper, so yeah, I'm sure most of you have a harvest of corn you prepared with your victory garden and you dried out your corn cobs. That's your only solution. Sorry. There's no more Sears Roebuck catalog, so you can't pull the pages out of the Sears Roebuck to wipe your ass. That's just hilarious stuff. Anyway, I guess I'll look for it later and bring it back to the show. I'll just respond to chat right now. Manson interview, trees struck by lightning, Jeffrey Epstein, Trump. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, you got another one? Okay. I'll put that over there. Okay, Scissor Fight just brought a couple things into our show. Sorry to take your time up with my nonsense. I was looking for something in particular. I'll find it.
Hey folks, welcome to another video from A Plain Truth and Awakening Truthers all. Let's get into the word conspiracy or a conspiracy. The name game, they love to play with words, they love to play with memes, they love to play with our minds.
And we like to watch him talk about it. And then we got this other one, 99.9% Stoneham Douglas High School Parkland shooting breakdown 2019 part 1. Good. 8 minutes talking about the fakery that happened, the false flaggery. You know, not discussing false flags is a mistake. So let me discuss false flags for a moment. We have very little evidence of the events that have happened over the past 50 different events since the Aurora, Colorado shooting. There's been 50 events around the country, very few images of real images of bodies, real images of blood, very few confirmations these things actually happen, and an overwhelming concern that not one single person dead has had an open casket funeral, except for the pastor of the Charleston shooting. This guy had an open casket funeral, and he definitely is a wax dummy. So we definitely, and if you look for this on the internet, the Charleston pastor shooting, you won't find the wax dummy page. It's been removed. The government has shut down any conspiracy theories about it. Truly. They don't want anyone to know that there's no evidence of actual dead people. Even in Mandalay Bay, 58 people allegedly died, the largest terrorist attack allegedly since 9/11. Now, I believe the people died in 9/11. I believe that they definitely lost their lives. How can we not believe that? What happened on 9/11 was a terrible loss of life. Genocide is what happened. And we still don't know exactly who caused it. Well, I don't mind watching more Scissor Fights videos. We got a lot of things in the lineup that Anita brought us that were pretty interesting. Kodak Black takes satanic blood, bath Illuminati exposed. The Illuminati usher in 2019 with a bang. Satanic ritual abandoned mansion. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff coming tonight. So we didn't even finish last night's section. So, yeah. Hey, Anita. Yeah, we're getting to your links tonight. They're pretty intense. I'll play this later. Okay, Ghost. 1 hour and 17 minutes. Do you really think you've seen everything? This is something else. Cool. I want to see that. Anything Stranger Than Fiction does is good. I like his site. Cool. Well, the thing is, we've got a lot of pictures that were kind of set up for us to look at. Even the 1,000 Hoax video recently, nobody saw any bodies coming in or out of that location. They're getting really sloppy about these false flag attempts. They made it seem like, ever since 9/11, that they got away with a cover-up. There's absolute proof that there was an explosion, a massive explosion at Building 6 at the World Trade Center. The picture alone was never mentioned in the mainstream media at all. And the government, the 9/11 Commission report, refused to acknowledge that any explosions took place in any of the buildings at the World Trade Center attack. But look at Building 6. It has the same earmarks of the Oklahoma City bombing, which we know was a bomb. whether it was a bomb centered in the center of the building or outside of the truck. But look what that is. That's clearly evidence of a bomb. So the 9/11 Commission report did not even include explosions as the possible cause of the trade centers going down. They kept with the byline that the two planes hit two World Trade Centers, took those down, and then the remaining fire caused the structural damage in Building 7 to go down, even though Building 7 wasn't hit by a plane. But look at Building 6. Classic evidence of an explosion. So Building 6 wasn't even factored in. That alone is a massive opening in the 9/11 Commission report. So we have to get to some solution as to why our government hasn't found the perpetrators of the crime, and it certainly wasn't bin Laden. Foods are banned in the U.S., or rather banned in Europe that are not banned in the U.S. Let's see what they are. The European Union prohibits many food additives and various drugs that are widely used in American foods. Look at that. Wow. Some foods, like those found in the grocery store in Nice, France, don't contain food additives that would otherwise be allowed in foods in the United States. So what foods are banned in Europe that are not banned in the United States? Yeah, everyone wants to know. What's the short list? Yeah, all these things that are they're banned: BHA, BHT, but not in America. Brominated vegetable oil, yellow dyes like they find in a lot of pickles, they're banned in Europe. Farm animal drugs, they won't even buy our meat. Bovine growth hormone, it's been in a lot of meat we have in America. Wow, good to know. Yeah, they don't say exactly what products there are though. Thank you. 8 toxic foods banned. Well, oh, here's a YouTube video. Oh, even better. Okay, cool. We'll do that tonight. But that's a serious piece of information about Building 6, isn't it? And of course, the Pentagon photographs that they revealed definitely don't show a 757, Boeing 757 hitting the Pentagon. Of all the photo angles of the Pentagon, there were about 80 angles. They never presented one single angle that gave you more than just 15 frames. Excuse me. Must be kind of cold here. And here they are. The 15 frames the FBI finally revealed of the Pentagon attack. And this was like 5 years after the attack. It's ridiculous. It took them that long just to get to that point. Yeah, you look at this picture right here, this is all they gave, 15 frames. And you can clearly see right there in the red mark the tip of a missile. That can't possibly be the tip of a 757 plane. So with the government seeing this and being on the media, we have such little accountability from the Democrats, Republicans. This has never, ever been brought to our attention. We've never been able to actually get to the bottom of this. That's how inept the two-party system has become. Useless. They'll never, ever come to the conclusion that we'll get to this, to the perpetrator that caused the death of all these people. That's the real serious loss. 3,000 people that died. Okay, I added that one, and I've got the Rothschilds funded both wars. Thank you. That's 2 minutes. Let's take a look at this. This looks pretty good.
The already dominant British Empire grew even more aggressive. Her troops and bureaucracy spread across the globe. The sun never set on Britannia's holdings.
The banking cartel funded, in fact, since about 1800, they have funded both sides of almost every war. And of course, they're getting the interest off of the loans that they've given the various governments and the wars that they have actually helped stimulate and create.
By 1900, Germany was a rising force and a leader of the Industrial Revolution.
World War I, for instance, there was absolutely no reason to have World War I, except that it was an ideal opportunity for the banking cartel to make a pile of money by funding both sides of that particular war.
On June 28, 1914, the heir to the Austrian-Hungarian throne, Archduke Franz Ferdinand, was assassinated while traveling in a motorcade. Black Hand, a Serbian secret society with connections to French and British intelligence, took credit. World War I had begun. Armaments companies financed by Rothschild-controlled banks in Germany, France, England, and Austria bankrolled all the factions. At least 20 million were killed in the war. It was a conflict so terrible the people vowed to never fight again. They dubbed it the war to end all wars.
Question is, why did they want war? Well, first of all, is money and power. But secondly, they wanted to create the League of Nations. They had...
Wow. Okay. And I have an actual heirloom right here from that era right here in my hand. I have an actual newspaper from 1918. The end of the war. World War is ended. Peace is guaranteed. This is the Seattle Post-Intelligencer from 1918. The actual newspaper. Peace is guaranteed, everybody, so there's nothing to worry about. Yeah. I know. Except for the fact that they're running out of money and they're going to want to expand credit again. And what better way to expand credit than to create a conventional war? That's what the Rothschilds are into. I didn't laminate it. It was laminated prior. We got it laminated. We picked it up from another source that was already laminated it. Hey, it has preserved it. It's not. It definitely affected its value because you can't unlaminate it once it's laminated. But whatever. A nuclear explosion would be a disaster. You think? You think? That's from an old newspaper article, yeah. You think? Well, it is kept secret, Anita. There's a war going on. You know that in 2007, before Barack Obama took office, relations with China had deteriorated with George W. Bush so greatly that we had actually had an exchange out in the ocean that nobody knew about. And to this day, the government hasn't admitted it. Yeah. They wanted to keep it hush-hush because everyone wants the U.S. and China to get along. But it was over Taiwan. The same thing that's dogging us today. Yeah, I don't need to copy it. I've got it. Are you saying that I should copy it? You know, it might disattach. It's such a really tight lamination. It's both sides of the paper. There's actually this way you can read both sides, in detail. It's phenomenal the way they wrote back then. Hundreds of volunteers asked to assist in reclaiming garments under direction of Seattle Red Cross chapter. Wow. War Works funds drive launched, city to be awakened with blast from whistles and ringing of bells. Huh. Unbelievable. I mean, it's like like looking into the history book of time. Whew. Yeah. Anyway, I would love to be able to reminisce on how easy it is to not be at war. We have not. Oh yeah, read it in the shower. Great idea. We have not been truly in a war that we have won since World War II. And I believe in the mutual assured destruction laid out by our forefathers, that we would somehow not engage in a conventional war. But there's one scenario where, in an attempt to create a new world order, the players involved can buy the countries within the game, kind of like the game of Risk. and say you're playing on both sides of risk, and you're playing yourself, and you own both sides of the table. Well, that's kind of what the New World Order is trying to do. They're trying to buy up Russia, China, and the U.S. and sell to you, the American people, that this is going to somehow a pathway to peace, that we'll never ever fight again. That's the sad, weird pitch that they're pushing, that we won't have to fight because they'll be owned by one government. That is a gateway to abuse. The nation-state model that we live in is a guarantee that we will be regionally protected, that all of us will have support from our regional government, not from some central authority. Every single attempt to control the world's destiny has failed. Everyone who's tried to do this, from Attila the Hun to Julius Caesar to Napoleon to Hitler, and now to this New World Order diabolical plan put out by Zionists. Every one of these plans will fail and has failed. The model that sustains time historically is the nation-state model, and that's why it developed. So we really are in a position right now to stop a New World Order from happening, because our country is pivotal in the scenario of controlling the world through policing. We can prevent our country from being used by these people. And as long as they don't have the power of this great nation, they won't be able to implement their world order plan. But if they take over our country, which they clearly have done with Trump and Obama and even George W. Bush and the family are all part of that Zionist cabal, even if they continue to do this and the American people stand up to it and build a third party that they're not expecting, they're screwed, and they know it. So that's why we keep working this constantly against all odds and against the censorship that pushes us down in the media in America, because we know the message is getting out worldwide. I do, at least. We don't want to have America as the policeman of the world. That's where we're screwing up. Yeah, we used to think it was a great thing in Ireland, but now it's like, no, you don't want it. So I think a brand new political movement in America will put a new face on American foreign policy and tell the rest of the world to calm down. We're not going to be pushing our agenda. We're not going to be used and manipulated by others to push our agenda of pushing democracy around the world. And frankly, every military strategist that's been analyzing this says that we cannot export democracy around the world. It's a failed model. Every single region has to discover their own pathway, whatever it is. And that's pretty much a new approach toward foreign policy from America's perspective. If I can sell that to the world, we can begin rebuilding relations with our NATO allies and no longer have to live in fear of Russia devouring the world with their missile that can go 27 times the speed of sound. When Putin started talking about that last week, I absolutely felt that this guy is over the top. I mean, all he does is saber rattle. And it doesn't fly with the American people. We don't like that. Hey, we're coming to the end of the show, so I have to at least cue stuff up here. But this is the picture of the Russian missile as it's taking off from Russia's perspective. And I'm going to leave you on this note that I presented an idea that is the worst case scenario for our country, that if Donald Trump really is working for Russia, and the Russians have clearly got control over the election, no question about it, we know that. But if Donald Trump has dirt on him and they're using every means possible to control our process, Donald Trump effectively shut our government down. Now, he's got a few weeks now, in my opinion, to get the Democrats to pull their weight and get the $5 billion approved or get the number down to a number that they will agree on. If he doesn't do that and he continues to be an obstructionist all the way to, say, the end of the month or close to it, then my theory becomes more and more evident. The possibility that Russia is just trying to disable our nation and shut it down. It's pretty scary. What bothers me is that Russia released this information about this missile just a couple days, or actually one day after Trump said that we're going to be pulling out of Syria, which is an idea I've been pushing for a long, long time. And now we're not really pulling out of Syria completely, but it seems like Putin wants to make a point, like he wants to show how great he is after we're retreating or something. And we're not retreating at all. In fact, we're probably going to stay there after Bolton started assuring Netanyahu we're going to stay there. And Trump doesn't seem to have a clue as to how to move things along. But here is a scary video from Russia, and you can leave the show with that, and we'll have videos all the way to 2 in the morning. So hang out, watch shows, find out about some weird things that are happening that you wouldn't see in the mainstream media, and come back again tomorrow for another show. We do this every day from 5 to 10 Pacific, and then 10 to 2 into the evening watching videos. All right, everyone, thank you for coming in. Let's watch this together.
Есть контакт подъема. Старт. Начало отсчета. Десять секунд. Полет нормальный.
Scary. It goes 27 times the speed of sound. That's pretty weird.
We don't govern by temper tantrum. No.
We don't govern. Right now, if the Democrats don't allow $5 billion, there's something wrong with Airhead. Hey, we do this show because we cannot stop, and I'm going to keep doing it. We'll see you in a little while. Thank you.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop.